Good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Okay, we are continuing our work with Charlie Adelson jailhouse calls, finishing up the call from the 7th, not the 11th. Damn that thumbnail. That's completely incorrect. Of course, it's the 11th month, not the 11th day of the month. It's the 7th. We'll have to update that in due course. But first of all, a big thank you. We were rudely awakened this morning. Yes, we did sleep some, and we were awoken this morning by the sound of this.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Apparently, I'd left the stream software plugged in last night, and that woke me up. Literally, that was my alarm. And it was a message from our good friend Janice, who gave us 20 cups of coffee, woke us up with a message from Katie McBanawa and 20 cups of coffee. Thank you very much, Janice, for the support on the channel. Yes, so we are lined up. I believe we were at 1 hour and 5 minutes. Now, we're not going to have subtitles today, folks, unfortunately, but if you come back or are watching on demand, they will be present.
Like saying to me, step of the way, okay, if I knew, if you asked me a week ago if I was going to be in this place at this point in the case, would I be happy? He goes, I'd be ecstatic. And then like literally like after I testified, he was like, we're going to win this case. We're going to win. I mean, when they did their opening, he wrote on a piece of paper to me with a marker. He writes, "We will win." And then Kate.
I love these dramatic tactics by Daniel Rashbaum. He's sat at the defense table. He writes something on a piece of paper. He shows it to Charlie, and it says, "We will win." Is this some sort of battle cry thing he does to get himself in the zone, psyching himself up for the closing argument, if you can call it a closing argument?
Like, look, the worst you're going to do is a hung jury. The worst you're going to do is a hung jury. And I'm thinking, like, look, we had a good jury consultant, get good people, Dan's an awesome closer.
We did have a good jury consultant. I've been working on the Josh Dubin video today, folks, and it just would not export, okay? But fear not, because we're picking up the beast tomorrow. Yeah, we've got a lunch appointment with Mother Metrix. That will be 100% stress-free. Not. But we will be picking up the beast, yeah. So we'll have to wait until then to do some video work, but it's going to be great when we do. And I was watching some of it today, the Josh Dubin talking to the jury, and it's so funny. It's so funny. You know what he's doing for $1 million fucking dollars with the questions he's asking the jury? Okay. Who among you loves your dentist? Show of hands. Show of hands. Okay. Now, who among you are like my 3 kids, hate the dentist, don't want to go? Show of hands. Keep them up. Charlie Adelson is a dentist. And it's so funny because you've got this, you see these shots of Charlie sitting at defense table and he's looking over at this Josh Dubin character like, okay, this guy knows his shit. Yeah, no, we paid $1 million for this. This is gonna be the thing that gets me off. Oh, even more of a daylight robber than Daniel Rashbaum himself. At least Daniel Rashbaum actually did put in some hours, extra hours, and bills for every single one of them. Yeah, no, it's going to be great when we do the Josh Dubin video. Wanted to do it today at the end of this call, but as it is, we ain't gonna. But we will be doing it real soon. Oh, hey, let's say hello to everybody before we roll on. Piebird, good to see you. Teresa Dorsey. A dog named Boo, good to see you. John Duncan. Hello, John. Clarissa H. Charlie Girl. Turquoise Kitten. Jane, welcome back. New member Jane. And Mary A. Good to see everybody in chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
We're going to be kicking some ass and closing. It's, his view is this, his strength is closing. His strength is closing. And now it's like in a fucking suicide. Blood on the walls and shit on the ceiling. Literally, feces all over the place. The sergeant said they're going to clean it after I get out of here tomorrow. She's not touching the walls. Like blood splatter, literally shit on the ceiling. But like, touching nothing.
Chunks of shit are above my head where I sleep.
But I mean, talk about like a holy shit. Like I'm like, this is not
every time I look up at the ceiling, I'm like, holy shit.
like a small thing. This is worse than getting cancer. This is a lot worse than getting cancer.
Okay, this is worse than getting cancer. His life sentence is worse than getting cancer, but he's going to expand on that. Wait for it.
Like I wish I got cancer instead of this. I mean, I literally, and Dan is like, look, I mean, I'm telling you, Mom, he wouldn't have written up these things to me. He was that sure. He's a lawyer. He knows the court. He knows the facts. He knows the cases.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
Everyone I spoke to who's in that profession or just smart people all said the same thing. Say, oh my God, that's it. You got it. Done.
like,
You know what would be really funny? He's going on about how, hey, you know what? If I got a cancer diagnosis with 5 years to live, 50% chance of survival, I would take it. I would take that over my life sentence. It's like, well, yeah, obviously. But here's the thing, Charlie. You can still get cancer. Even people in prison get cancer. And it's probably, I don't know, is it more likely? I don't know. I think a degrading health situation is more likely. I don't know if cancer is more likely or not, but it can still happen, Charlie. There's hope for the future. You might still get cancer yet in jail.
and Dan's a closer. He's a closer. He always says he's a closer. But he said, listen, the state goes.
Yeah, he closed the shit out of our family. He came in. He said, "I'm going to work all the hours that God sends, bill you for all of them, starting, retroactively. Then I'm going to get your mother to pay in advance for her entire defense, which I probably have a good idea may be removed from and won't actually have to do." Yeah. He is a closer. He closed us down. He took all our money. Oh, Daniel Rashbaum, smooth Daniel Rashbaum. How's the credenza? How's the white gold Rolex with the diamond center? Hello, Newly Jen and Tay. Good to see you, Tay.
First, we go second, but I'm a closer. Like, that's it. I was thinking to myself, okay, I did so good testifying. Now, you got to just do as good as I did. You just got to close it and we're going home.
Yeah.
And, like, I was so, like, this never, like, that's the case and everything. I was, like, hoping.
Well, who says this? Clarissa H says, the Adelsons are so cheap. Too cheap to hire great lawyers, except for Wendy. Well, the Adelsons certainly are cheap, and Wendy's no exception. We know what the Adelsons were paying their fucking lifelong working in the dental office since 1979 on minimum wage or less. But Wendy, I feel that she handles things like that, large expenses like that. I know that she had those lawyers for the divorce, $600 an hour, but her parents were paying that. When it's herself, I think that there's all sorts of sweetheart deals on the table, like the politicians. Like the politicians will say, promise, something, right? For donations. Wendy's got her fingers in all those pies, those medical legal partnership, victim advocacy funding. There's all sorts of funding that she's involved with, right? Fundraising. She's connected with very, very wealthy people. And, oftentimes all it takes is a good introduction to get the world's top best lawyer.
I think it wasn't going to be a hung jury.
Yeah.
No.
That's what Dad said.
I was hoping that there wasn't
somebody along the way that hangs it.
Yeah.
Never.
Like,
but I knew when they
back so fast. Oh, gosh.
when they had, I was saying to myself, I really hope it's not like my favorite Greek God makes them go do it again. Maybe they won't if I get like 9 people voting for me. Like, really thinking that, like, holy shit.
It's unfathomable.
Yeah. It's not.
Just not.
I'm listening, like, I'm funny, like, talking to you guys like this to help me out.
Good. That's good. I mean, honestly, Charlie, I know you say, what are the chances, but that's what Dad and I have to hold on to, that there's a chance. And so we are, because we have to. And you just have to think in the back of your head, you know what, there's a chance. In the meantime, you got to deal with what you're dealing with, and we're gonna do anything possible. You know that.
I know. It's going to be a year and a half to 2 years for an appeal, just so you know.
Yeah. No, I do. I do.
A year and a half, 2 years for an appeal. Like, if you got a new trial, it would be, 6 months after that. It's, it's a long fucking process. And to get a new trial would be, in this case, a fucking miracle. And guess what? I just had a trial. Like, it was a circus. Can you imagine the circus that it would be if they brought me back? That's why I'm like, talking to you guys for the last hour has been helpful.
Good.
I just
hear you.
I just wanted to.
I mean, it's just you put a case together, and
Yeah, you did. You explained it really well.
Exactly.
We were on cloud 9.
We were.
When I thought it was so smart of Dan to say to the judge on Thursday, I got another 45 minutes to an hour. Well, he only had about 15 minutes with you on Friday, but he didn't want you to be tired out cross with you on Thursday.
I thought you got an hour on Monday. On Friday.
Yeah, it was really smart of Dan. It's another billable day.
No. It wasn't slow.
Okay. I felt like, but I'm.
You
know what, Charlie?
I'm like half white. I've been outside for an hour and a half in the last fucking year and a half.
Yeah.
I know in the last day I have looked at the photos when they're putting it up on the projector. I'm like, holy shit, they look nothing like it now. So I was talking to Brady for Roman's birthday. I wanted to get him like a little bit. He loves country music.
Yeah.
So I wanted.
He loves country music. He's 6. We're going to get him a full Willie Nelson costume.
Get him like a little kid guitar that he can start like. I don't know if they make an electronic guitar or if they just give him one with strings, but like
a guitar. I mean, let's start with jug blowing and see where we go from there. Jug blowing or spoon slapping.
Something that he can like play.
Yeah.
Actually, like, whatever you give a 5-year-old to start to learn guitar, like they may just have it where it's electronic. I don't know if they'll have a like acoustic guitar or an electric guitar, but something that would like a 6-year-old can learn.
Yeah. Right. I will. I just wrote it down, so I will start looking tomorrow, see what I can find for him.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to get anything like crazy expensive or anything, but something that is 6, I mean, he may be too young at 6, but he may not be. You know, that's like Fisher Price to be too young.
Yeah. No, we will. I'll see what they have, and I'll talk to Bree about it. So I'll get exactly the right thing.
Yeah, I told her I wanted to get him that. He loves music.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Okay. It sounds like a good idea. It sounds like something he would enjoy.
Yeah, we'll work on that tomorrow.
Yeah. He said something to me tonight, but like, yeah, we'll get together soon.
Oh.
I'm better now. I just cry. Every time I think of him, I literally just start crying. It's the one thing that, like,
I know. Okay.
it's you know, like, look, you guys are parents, and, you know, but, like, having a young kid, a 6, the older kid, being here is fucking hard.
I know, Charlie. Believe me, I get it.
Yeah, I understand.
You know, like, honestly, as bad as it is being here, it's the only thing that really that kills me. It's not just me, it's him. And it's everything that I could have done with him, like, my whole life. Like, I went from literally thinking I was going to get my life back to, like, I would have been better off. Yeah, I would have been better off getting cancer. Like, if you gave me a choice between, like, getting cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate, maybe not, and being where I am now, I would take cancer and maybe having a 5-year survival rate and getting out right now. Without a question in the world. Not even a question.
I know, Charlie. I get it.
Not even a question. If you said you have a 50% survival rate for 5 years, do you want to take that or do you want to be where you are? Not even a question. It's not even a thought. Dan was so optimistic. You don't understand. Like, I could smell, I could see you wrote in ink. Like, when we were sitting there next to each other in the trial's beginning, he had this big lens. He's like, he wrote to me like, you will win.
Yeah.
I mean, he's never won in his entire career with tennis, with anything. Like, I can honestly tell you, I've never been as obsessed or worked as hard on a case. He's been to me many times in my entire life. He's like, you don't get to trust me. I constantly am talking to other lawyers. I'm talking to, you know, other lawyers, other people. I'm always asking, you know, his buddies what they think. He's asking, you know, the guys who ride a bike with him what they think.
All different levels, I know.
Tons of levels. And you know what? It goes down to the one thing I fucking always said, is that the Tallahassee jury is going to be, it's going to be a different story. That they're not going to give me a fair shake up here at all. It's going to be a shit show. It's not going to be real. It's going to be a report. And it was exactly what I said. But you know I said that.
I do.
Remember me saying that? Like, you don't understand. Like, it's not when they get an Adelson up there, they would go out, they would charge my dog. My dog doesn't stand a chance up there. And I just,
Is he talking about his dog again? Why does he keep talking about his dog being on trial? You better watch out, Soap. Georgia Kaufman, she's got a canine justice thing going on.
I do.
remember me saying that? Like, you don't understand. Like, it's not when they get an Adelson up there, they would go out, they would charge my dog.
He did, didn't he? He said they would charge my dog. Fucking hell.
Dog doesn't stand a chance up there. And I honestly didn't even know all the stuff in the media and the news, because I really tried not to look at anything. But just the little taste of it I had, and that was years ago. Like, Kate was like, Charlie, this is global. I mean, Alan Addison's never had a story like that here. So they put on a fucking show for that last 2 hours that night. I saw it and I was like, if everything they were saying was true, of course you'd convict. But it wasn't. It was a bunch of fucking lies and like cut and paste, and like none of what she was saying was true. And this guy on Preston Scott is like the Kaplan who brought it home. It was almost like a made-for-TV movie. She put it all. It was like a TV production, watching how she put the whole case together. The problem is she's putting a bunch.
I never understand what his big deal is with cut and paste, right? I mean, what do you think they're going to do? Type everything out from scratch? Like, have you seen the stack of Discovery, the documents? How many thousands and thousands of pages of text? What's the big deal with copy and paste? As if that's some kind of like it's undermining the what do you call it? The validity of her work. It was just copy and paste. Lazy Kaplan couldn't even be bothered to type anything out.
A bunch of things in here that are just merely coincidences. But it's hard to explain stuff as a coincidence and get people to follow you. No one wants to hear the word coincidence too many times. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I agree, Charles.
There's only so many times you want to hear the word coincidence before you go away. You tell me I'm stupid. She drove by his house. She left her place. That wasn't a common route for her to take. Never on that date or that time, ever.
Yeah.
And you're right. But it's like stuff like that, I think, really makes it smell like shit. For lack of a better term, it's like, it's like, how many times do you want to say it's a coincidence? Oh, there's some.
By the way, this T-shirt that Amy wants, Bubbles, unindicted co-conspirator. What breed of dog? We need to put the dog, or at least a dog that looks like Bubbles, on the shirt. So, what breed of dog is Bubbles? Who knows? Put it in the comments. I think he's real big, right? He's like a lion.
Oh, it's just a coincidence. Oh, it's just a...
Lee and Tanya Hurley. Hurley and Lee. Okay, good.
Okay, well, by the fourth time you say the word coincidence, I'm about to say, stupid.
He's not a pit bull. I've seen a picture of him hugging Charlie. He's as tall as he is when he stands on his back legs. So someone find out. Go get Bubbles' breed.
Use your common sense, folks. So that's like, when you say use your common sense, folks, that's like saying don't believe the word coincidence.
Right.
Because it's like, how much do you want me to believe, not to believe what I see or hear? And you're going to say it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm doing it now, I'm like, that's what you say. Now I sit here and I can't believe it. Now I'm going to be on TV. It's a coincidence. Like, there's just so many things that are like, listen, thank God she had that email for the Polish program.
That's right.
Because honestly, nobody on planet Earth would be at $5,000 in the store. She picked that and she's not a bourbon drinker.
Yeah, thank God she had that email for the bullet bourbon. That non-verifiable email that subsequently wasn't allowed in as evidence, but wasn't really needed because there was enough. There was enough against you anyway, Charlie. It really didn't mean much.
Yeah.
Then you start going, how many different types are there in the store? How many different types of bourbon are there in the store? You don't even drink bourbon.
That's right.
Most don't drink.
No receipt. Get nowhere.
Yeah, she didn't have the email. It was the
Email.
yeah, girls drink vodka, girls drink champagne, they drink wine. Never known one to go buy bullets of bourbon.
Yeah.
Like to celebrate that night. Oh, and you don't even drink. You're not a drinker.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
That's all true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Dan was, yeah, I just said to him, you definitely would have won this case. They just said not without you. And that's with Josh Dubin picking.
Yeah.
You know, it was a team. Had two guys with him. You know, they had this whole checkerboard and like yellow footprints all over the place and like doing research on jurors and like looking up their social media stuff and like really like, you know, doing their due diligence. I mean, it wasn't just, but there were people on there that were so horrible. Like most of the exes they had, I was like, yeah, I agree. We gotta get rid of this guy. So it wasn't as useful as it could be because we weren't being, you know, we couldn't even get into the nitty gritty. We just got rid of people that were bums.
Yeah.
One guy came in, I don't know if I told you this, one guy came in, he didn't really know much about the case, maybe saw some stuff online about 2 years ago, that's about it. Well, anyway, they do research on his juror, right? This guy posted on his Facebook that he wanted to kill Sigfredo Garcia and thought it would be a good idea.
Oh, God.
3 months ago. So he just got done saying he didn't know much about the case. He was lying to get on the jury. And he was like a nice 70-year-old guy who was saying all the right things to get on the jury. Next thing you know, he's fucking posting about it in his posts on his public post on his Facebook a few months earlier. If we weren't reading that, we never would have known.
That's right.
If he didn't post about it, we never would have known. He was on the jury. So he got struck for cause. They called him back in and they asked him, you know, have you posted anything online? Have you posted anything on Facebook? And he confessed to it, but we showed it to the judge before we brought him back in.
Yeah, I just found a picture of Bubbles as a puppy. I think Tanya wants to know what this is all about. Charlie Adelson just keeps going on about, you know, they could have put my, hey, so, don't do that, don't do that. No, 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 no. Sit down. Sit down. Good job, good job. Charlie Adelson keeps going on about Bubbles, like, they could have put my dog on the stand and they would have convicted him. It's just a really funny image because he's a huge dog, like a person-sized dog, and you can just imagine him in the witness box being cross-examined by Judge Kaplan. Oh. Anyway, we're trying to find out what dog, and I just found a picture of him, but as a puppy. So somebody tell us what this puppy would grow into. I'm going to show you right now. There. What kind of dog will that be? It's distinctive enough. I think it's Turkish breed. I can't remember the name, like a Kangal or something. Is it a Kangal? Kangal? Big dog, big dog. Let us know in the chat. Or maybe we should look up a Kangal. No, it's not. Well, it does kind of look like it can't be that big. That's ridiculous. That's bigger than a lion. Look at this. But there is a picture with Charlie doing that kind of pose with the dog standing up on him, but it's not quite as large as that. Anyway, what's Bubbles? There's got to be a dog breeder or a trainer somewhere in chat, somewhere in comments.
First time through, he was like on his 80, 70-year-old, nice guy, and he was all about like not knowing much and treating me fair until we realized he's obsessed with the case. He was there on closing arguments. He started coming to the case to watch. So Dan's like, look, we got rid of what we got rid of.
Right.
But I don't think that was people were being honest with us that are on the jury. As far as what their knowledge was or their opinion of the case or their exposure. I mean, we had 5 people on the jury who had law enforcement in their family.
I don't know how that's allowed. Honestly, I don't know how they could allow that.
Listen to this. Someone comes in, they ask them a whole bunch of questions. They could say they know about the case. They could say they think I'm guilty from what they know about the case. And then they ask the person, well, do you think that you could separate yourself from those thoughts that you had when you came in here today and follow the rule of law and not hold any preconceived notions you had against Charlie Adelson and then treat him fairly? People would go, yes, we had to keep them. And then I'm like, Josh Rubin was like, well, then he would ask them, like, okay, you had this preconceived notion that he was guilty, and it was in your head. Now that the judge tells you got to treat him fairly and block everything out, where in your head do you put those thoughts that you just came into the courthouse with just 10 minutes earlier? And a lot of people are like, no, you're right, I can't separate those thoughts. I don't know where in my brain I can put them. I mean, they're going to be in there somewhere because I had those thoughts coming in. Those people we were able to strike for cause. But if someone came in and they said, I've read the Tallahassee Democrat, I watched TV, I know much about the case, yeah, I thought he was guilty, but listen, I can be totally fair, I can follow the rule of law, I can listen to what the judge tells me, I can obey the judge's orders. Well, they just rehabilitated themselves, and they're fit to serve on the jury. And then they can come in and say, well, my husband works for the sheriff's office. Do you know any other law enforcement officers? Yeah, like all his friends. Any other ones? Yeah.
Yeah. Every one of the jury pool that came in, 100 and plus people that came in, were all decent, honest citizens. So the whole thing was rigged against us.
Other officers go to the church I go to. Okay. Do you think that you can be fair and impartial? Absolutely. I will listen to the judge's instructions. Okay, sweetheart, you make it to the next one. Yeah. No, I mean, it doesn't preclude them from serving on a jury. They could be a police officer. It doesn't preclude them from serving on a jury. But
yeah, a cop could serve on the jury. Yeah. Any non-felon, right?
If they answer everything right, they don't get struck for cause. Then you have to use one of your exes on it. But what you worry about is when people lie to get on a jury pool.
Yeah.
Because now they're important. Now they can write a book. Now they got a story.
Got some real good shots of Georgia talking to the jury pool as well, and it's a different vibe, right? Because she's giving a presentation, she's sort of educating, she's testing, she's making people feel comfortable. It's much more of a I don't know. It's just more kind of. It's a different version of her personality, uh, which is interesting. And the camera's right, face on her as well, which is cool. So look forward to that on our channel page.
How they could go do an interview and tell what they were thinking of this Kaplan presenting it and bringing it all home for her. I mean, listen, aside from the coincidences that they say are evidence, they're not evidence. That's a fucking coincidence. But they don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
They look at a coincidence and they're like, you're going to tell me I'm stupid. I mean, think about the ones they named. Wendy's book, traveling down the street at the wrong time, wrong place, bottle of bullet bourbon.
Okay, Wendy's book was a coincidence. The bottle of bullet bourbon was a coincidence. Wendy driving down Trescott was a coincidence. The TV repair appointment was a coincidence, even though the TV had been broken for, what was it? March, April, May, June, July. Almost 4 or 5 full months. Just happened to have the TV repair appointment on murder morning. What else? TV coming up on The Wire. Coincidence. I wish that she'd have picked any household item on planet Earth rather than TV. But there is no code in this case. TV isn't code. Okay. What else was a coincidence? All that shit I said in Dolce Vita was a coincidence. No, I was trying to keep her happy. Katie was always broke, and the extortion never went up.
Yeah.
The TV for. And then the way it sounded in that book sounded like she was writing her plans and putting them to paper years before she carried them out.
Rather than talk about what the book was actually about, which was about illegal trafficking.
Right. It doesn't matter. I just read you 2 lines from the book and asked you a bunch of questions about her professor husband, her 2 kids, the town that they were stuck in that sounds like Tallahassee, and it was just a small stop on the way to civilization like Miami. Those are your words, aren't they, Wendy? Yep. Did you have something in mind while you were writing it? Like, those 4 things are like, one you can explain away. The bullet bourbon's easy because you got the email. Without the email, that would be the hardest one to explain away.
Yeah.
But you got the bullet bourbon, which is very easily explainable.
Because no girls drink bourbon, right, Charlie? Girls don't drink bourbon. Girls will have a glass of wine. They drink vodka.
The others aren't really.
No, they're not.
I mean, it sounds like a very cunning, intelligent author foreshadowing removed from someone who's getting stuck in the town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with a school that's name sounds just like Florida State, from a town that sounds just like Tallahassee, with her.
Remember yesterday, Harvey, like Dan's, Professor Markell's university is obviously Florida State University. The fictional university in Wendy's book is called Northern Florida State University, NFSU. And Harvey chimes in. He's like, no, 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 there is a University of Northern Florida, so it could be either or. It could be either or. They made it fit. It was a square peg in a round hole. Which, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Two boys and a professor husband moving away. The next one is, but
That's just saying how long ago it was.
well, she must have had it in the plans that long. That makes it even worse. She's been planning this a long time. And then the fact that she leaves her house and drives 7 miles and goes out of her way and drives by and does a U-turn on that street.
Please, if anyone can hear me chewing this chicken wing, let me know. I'm trying to stay away from, I'm trying to chew very, very quietly and slowly. Okay? But I'm also nervous about that mute button because we forget, don't we? But if anyone can hear me chew even slightly, I will do the mute button.
That's a crazy coincidence. The book is crazy foreshadowing. The TV code is crazy code talk. Like, then you take those 3 coincidences and then you tie it in with upset emails, calling them curse words and Nazi uniforms for the kids, and it sounds like an unhinged lunatic is upset. Then you got check number 2, and it's like, then you go ahead and you throw an autopsy photo up there for 10 minutes in between all the coincidences, and then you start talking about her divorce and about how she was really hiding how much she really hated Tallahassee, and like you got people hating you at that point. And Dan said to them, like, you don't have to like him, you can dislike him to acquit him. But here's the problem. You throw all this extraneous bullshit, coincidence, crap in the pot of soup, and then you start taking snippets of other things. Those snippets start carrying a whole lot more weight. That's where she got it all. That's how she tied it all together with coincidences. Because you can't explain a coincidence.
She had a little help over the weekend because she was dead in the water on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Dead in the water. Everyone knew it.
She was done. I mean, she was dead in the water, but she came. That was a TV production. She put those autopsy photos up for fucking 5-10 minutes. It felt like each time.
I never, watching this, nobody thought even that they were putting anything up. Nothing. No, that was not.
Oh yeah,
that was not true.
Yeah, they wouldn't show it on TV. They showed horrible photos, horrible. And she put it up, and she just let them. I mean, it's just like on a 10 by 12 projector, bright screen, right in flat in front of it. Like you can't not look at it.
Only the jury saw that, right?
Well, I had it at a monitor in front of our desk, and it's hooked up to a monitor.
That's right. On your monitor.
So I had it square in front of my face on my monitor, and the monitor is like a foot high and a 1.5 wide. But the projector is like an 8 by 10, 8 feet by 10 feet, and it's flat in front of the jury. And she would walk that up, and then she would talk and leave that up there for for a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean twice, maybe 3 times. Each time she was talking for like 7 minutes while I was looking at a horrible photo. I mean, literally would make anyone very upset. Horrible photo. And it's like, you're looking at like a head shot on an autopsy table that was pretty fresh from that, week. And it's horrible.
Sure.
People are looking at that. And then they're talking about, and Wendy just happens to drive down the street, like, Why is she driving down the street? Somebody must have told her something. It's gonna happen. Like, tying it all together. The fucking coincidences really help tie everything together because you can't explain the coincidence. I can't explain why you picked.
I actually don't think that Wendy driving down the street in itself is that big of a deal. How she reacted to the checkpoint, the caution tape, is right. I mean, I could see her having a rough idea where a liquor store was on Thomasville. She's got to go to um, Mosaic anyway. So she's taking a drive, and it's a familiar road. She goes down Centerville, Trescott, all the way to. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've all seen the map, and it is the long way round. But sometimes people do drive like that. It's driving can be very habitual, right? You don't always go the shortest possible route. I mean, maybe she would want to avoid Trescott, but that's not that big of an indicator. How she responded to the caution tape, where Officer Brannon, was it? Brannon, said every other car that pulled up did the predictable thing. You pause, you take in the scene, what's going on, official police business, and you sort of process what you're going to do next, and then you do a 3-point turn, right? Not K-turn, 3-point turn. But Wendy was different, and the only one different. God, do you remember last week when someone was going on about who was that? It was that other channel, that crazy channel, going on about how a cop car followed Wendy from the checkpoint to Mosaic. Where do people come up with this? Oh, anyway, yeah.
TV.
Oh, oh,
I can't explain why Wendy has a TV repairman at the house. And most of all, I can't explain when Wendy was moving out, and I said, "What does Wendy need for her house? Just let me know, and I'll do my present." He said, "Well, she left the TVs behind." I said, "All right, we'll go buy her a nice TV from Best Buy, and that'll be my divorce present to her." And do that when I get.
What are you getting Wendy as a divorce present? What should I get Wendy as a divorce present? How about a TV that she can watch every day and have as the centerpiece in her living room? Her divorce present. Yeah, we could maybe put a little picture of Markel on top of the TV. Okay. Should we do a Google search? Let's see what AI says. What is a divorce present? A divorce present is a gift given to someone who is going through a divorce, often to acknowledge their new chapter or provide comfort during a difficult time. These gifts can be anything from practical items like a spa day to more sentimental items like a symbolic sapling. They can also be funny or self-deprecating, like coloring books or divorced and looking for the D shirts. I don't know what that means. Okay, so a spa day. I could see that being, appropriate. Go and feel better, right? Spruce up. It's a new day, spa day. A sapling. that supposedly will grow into a tree. Yeah, maybe. I guess depends. Cut that tree down. What else have we got here? Self-care items, spa gift certificates, bath bombs, journals, and subscription boxes. Symbolic items, symbolic saplings representing a fresh start or items with humorous messages related to divorce. Comfort items, wine, candles, fuzzy socks, or a cozy blanket. Experiences, movie memberships, or a cooking class can provide a fun and memorable experience. Funny items, coloring books or shirts with funny sayings related to divorce. So, nothing about a TV then.
Store, I made a stupid joke, which is like a kind of a recycled joke. I've heard different variations of people. Like, you got someone a bottle of scotch. They'd be like, well, they were getting divorced. And they're like, well, I didn't know whether to get you a bottle of scotch or a hitman. Like, I get a bottle of scotch, it was cheaper. Like, it's a fucking joke.
I have friends my age who have made that comment about their ex-wives. So it's nothing. It's not even
It's a recycled variation of a recycled joke because obviously I was only getting her the TV set, and I know she was going through a hard time with him, so I made it funny. That was it.
Yeah, that's a fantastic link. If anyone is looking for a way to support the True Crime Metrics channel and experience, you can at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics, or you can still help us out with our goal at the top of the chat. Yeah, it's not going to be a super long show tonight, so don't wait until the end. You can get those coffees going right now. I need another coffee here. Maybe I should go and come back. But yeah, what else was I going to say? Or just leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, share, leave a comment, and just have a great night and enjoy yourself.
I wish to God it was another object other than the TV. The same TV that she was having repaired that day, the same TV that you were bringing up when the Latin King member was extorting you. TV, they'll tell you it's a coincidence. Like that's like someone saying you're stupid when they keep telling you a coincidence. But you can't explain it because you can't explain a fucking.
Jane says, can the prosecution use Charlie's words, if I'm guilty, Wendy's guilty? Not for much. I mean, I don't think they'll need to. They can use any words here. It's recorded on record, and, you know, whether they would choose to, whether it would be, you know, have value to the prosecution, that's a call for Georgia.
Coincidence. But Wendy showing, I mean, trust me, they're not going to back off Wendy showing up and driving down Prescott. I mean, which is asinine, because if you think about it, if someone hired a hitman, wouldn't the furthest away from the plant they would be is the crime scene?
See, but these people were so stupid. That's such an obvious answer, such an obvious thing.
But what Kappelman said was she couldn't help herself, but then to go find out it was already done. She couldn't help herself. Well, I guess the person's crazy, and they really did do it. Okay, well, maybe she couldn't help herself. She wanted to go see if it was done. Could be an explanation. Like, she did show up. That's an explanation other than saying it's a coincidence. The other person saying the word coincidence, you got a kind of an explanation. Like, she couldn't help herself. Like, it's sounding creepier as you're putting it together. Like, you know, and they lay groundwork with the book, the emails, the fucking TVs, bottles of bourbon. It's like, I think all of this was help tie bullshit facts together, combined with her saying that people said things they never said, was spectacular. If what she was saying is true, it's very believable. But what she was really honestly, like, And that's how I was feeling while I was watching it. I was thinking, like, shit, if what she was saying was actually true, I think it makes it easy to convict me. But it's not true at all. It's not fact. She couldn't stand up there with witnesses that supported her fucking story. But the crazy thing is the fucking coincidences you can't explain away. All you can say is it's a coincidence. You just don't want to use that word too many times. I feel like people are saying, you stupid. So, I got 2% on my phone. I can talk to you guys so time. I'm going to give them my...
I thought you were going to get a chance to charge it tonight.
Well, we'll take it from me.
Oh.
It shuts off.
I think Donna's trying to get off the phone here. Listen.
So, I got 2% on my phone. I can talk to you guys so time. I'm going to give them my...
I thought you were going to get a chance to charge it tonight.
Well, we'll take it from me.
Oh.
It shuts off. And, I probably got another 15 minutes of that. But, I don't know, I literally feel like I'm going from winning the Super Bowl to holy shit. I've never had a letdown like this in my life. This is not just a letdown. This is like...
I was just going to say, it's not a letdown. Believe me. No, it's not a letdown.
It's not a letdown. This is like a fucking nightmare. Like a letdown is like when your plane gets canceled and you get stuck in the airport. Or,
yes.
Like, something doesn't go your way and you go get you'll reapply or get another job or you get fired. Like, this is like, holy shit. This is like,
yeah.
This is insane. No.
I know. It's insane.
Like,
yikes.
and Dan was pretty upset.
Oh my God. He was upset. And everybody that loves you was upset. Friends of ours were upset. It was as I said, look, I've gotten all these phone calls tonight. I don't respond. I don't want to talk to anyone now. Ruth called. I just let it go. I'm not answering any of these. The only reason I asked Rick and Sue to help is because I needed help. But other than that, no, nobody. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I'll talk to Dan. That's it. I don't want to talk to anybody else right now.
Well, trust me, I'm fucking speechless. I literally, I don't know how to describe it. I wish the cancer.
Donna doesn't want to talk to anybody, right? She's trying to cocoon herself in false hope, right? If Ghislaine Maxwell ain't gonna pull some strings, little old dentist man Harvey Adelson's not gonna do much, is he?
Not anybody, but I really think I would be way less unhappy if I found out I had a cancer and I have a 50-50 chance of living then.
You can still get cancer, Charlie.
I walked out today, then shit. This is insane.
It's such an obvious thing as well, isn't it? So you get a cancer diagnosis, 5 years to live, 50-50 survival chance. Obviously, that's better than life without parole. That's 5 years on the jet ski and the go-kart. You could have the best 5 years of your life, Charlie.
This is insane. Absolutely insane.
Like, this is, I mean, and the thing is, it won so fucking convincingly is what scares the shit out of me. Like, this is exactly how I saw it being played out and coming up to Tallahassee. Exactly. And this is like without having a great lawyer and Josh Dubin had a whole team of people working on it. It's an impossible fucking case to win the entire time. It's unwinnable. I said to Dan today, I said, you could do this case 100 times. I don't think you would win one time. You got to get 12 people to vote your way. 12! To have a verdict, it has to be unanimous. 12 for you, 12 against you. I was thinking it was going to be like 10-2, 11-1. I remember one time Dan saying also, like, he'd be pissed if we hang. Like, he didn't want to hang. He wants a fucking verdict. He wants to win.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll be pissed if we hang. He said, we're not going to do worse than hanging. He goes, but I'm telling you, I'm coming there to win. I'm not coming there to hang. Like, think about what would have to happen in the next trial to walk out of that courthouse. That's like one of the failures.
Like, forget it, man. 12 people to vote you innocent with that evidence? I mean, that's pure fantasy. This isn't like on the line. I mean, you know, like on a. It's not even close. Okay, maybe you could get one to vote to hang the jury, but then it would be retried and 12 people would say guilty. That one person would just be like an anti-government, you know, doing it for the fuck of it. No one's going to have sympathy for you. I mean, you know, with the Katie thing, was it that the juror that hung her first trial couldn't square themselves with sending both parents of the kids away forever? Or was it a purple hair anti-government renegade? I can't remember which. Maybe it was both. Donna, I can see, you know, the sympathy thing, possibly hanging her jury. It's not going to be 12 innocent votes, is it? No, obviously not. Possibly a hung jury for the I'm too old to convict thing. But that's never going to happen with Charlie. Charlie's best bet is to hope that Judge Everett was taking backhanders of cash or backhanders of Skittles. Judge Everett accepted a lifetime supply of Skittles, you know, and was therefore found to be a bad judge. And the case would be thrown out, and then Georgia Kappelman was crooked. And then, you know, I mean, but that's fantasy. That's not going to happen. It's life without parole. You are not getting out.
Jail down below. Because you realize you need like 12 people to win. All 12 have to vote your way.
Right.
He doesn't have cancer, Angie. He keeps saying that I'd rather have a cancer diagnosis. It would be better than my verdict. It's like, well, yeah. If I could walk out now with a diagnosis and have 5 years to live, it would be better. And it's like, well, yeah.
Not 11, 12. Has to be unanimous to walk out. So think about it. With all the work that we did, we couldn't get 1 out of 12. That's scary.
I don't know how they picked the two people that were alternates, that both would have voted for you. How did they become alternates? How did that happen? Who picks the alternates?
It works that way because you go through the ones that you would pick, and then it's weird how it goes. It starts from the bottom, and you start crossing people off the list, And then it's like, okay, after we both run out of X's, the next ones become alternates. It's like they provide to them sooner. It kind of goes in order. So definitely one of the alternates would pick me. Definitely one of the guys would. I didn't know that there was a second one. Maybe there was a second. Maybe would have had a hung jury.
Yep, they would have had to hang it and do it again. And then you learn from the first one. Yep, but you know what?
And you run it back. But you're still in the game.
Right.
This is like not 1 in fucking 12. Like, and I hate to say it, but it's exactly what I fucking knew I was going to be dealing with when I came up here, and I felt it in my bones that this is what I'm going to have in Tallahassee when an Adelson comes up here, and it's going to be like a fucking shit show, and you're not going to get a fair shot, this, that, and the other. And Dan was like, no. He's like, we're going to do the work. We're going to look at everything. We'll have answers for everything. Like, you're innocent. We'll be able to prove it. Like, I'm coming up there to win. I'm not coming up there to hang. And I'm thinking, like, my gut. I'm like, he's like, no. He's like, we're coming up to win. We're opening arguments happen that first day. He wrote out a piece of paper to me while I was sitting there in the marker. He goes, we will win. He was so sure. He would never have taken his marker and go there on a sticky pack.
No, totally that's way. Everyone was sure. And he certainly, because he doesn't do that unless he believes it.
Yeah, because it makes him look bad. It would make him look really bad. Right? Yeah. We were like after they did their opening, like, oh, we got them. We got them. And like, and then as the case was going, I said to him, I said, how it goes, Charlie, if you would have told me he said to me, like after Friday, if you would have told me we'd be where we are today a week ago, I would have been ecstatic. That's after what, 7 days of trial testimony?
Yeah.
So we did Thursday, Friday, then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I testified on Thursday, testified on Friday. Wendy's divorce attorney testified that, like, no, these things were not a big deal to Wendy. They weren't a big deal to me. Like, and I said, Dan, how are we? Because, Charlie, you had told me after 7 days of trial, we'd be where we are today. I would be very, very happy. Because I was ecstatic. He said, you're ecstatic. Monday comes.
What the fuck happened?
Scott said, Georgia Kappelman put together it was like a TV movie, put the whole case together. She summed it up perfectly. They fucking didn't listen to a thing that had happened for the 7 days before, or the day and a half I spent on the stand.
The caller has hung up.
Oh.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next one.
What was that? There must be a ghost outside. Just looking if there's anything document-wise. We've got the statement from Shannon. I think it's Shannon Geiger, Mr. Geiger's wife. Should we read that? See if we can put it up on the screen here. I think the consensus on what kind of breed is Bubbles, the unindicted co-conspirator dog, is an English Mastiff. So Mrs. Geiger tells us, around 8 a.m., I was walking from my bathroom into the bedroom. I looked out of the window and saw Danny walking from the sidewalk onto his driveway and thought he had probably been out for an early walk around the neighborhood. I did not continue to watch him approach the house. I did not have my contact lenses in, so I could not say positively that it was Danny. The person was wearing a red shirt. We know that Danny was wearing a red shirt that day because of the premiere footage. And I'm not sure about the shorts or pants. A while later, I noticed his black car was parked on the driveway in front of the garage door. The next time I went by the window, his car was no longer parked in front of the garage. A little before 11 a.m., my husband and I were sitting in our living room talking when we heard a bang. I said, "What was that?" My husband went to the window in the living room and saw a car back out of Danny's driveway and speed down the street towards Benton Road. He said it looked like a silver Prius. I said, "That sounded like a gunshot." My husband immediately went outside and saw that Danny's garage door was up and that the car was running. So he came back in the house and watched to see if Danny left. After a few minutes, Danny had not left, so he walked back next door. I went into my bathroom to get ready to leave for a follow-up doctor's appointment to an emergency room visit on July 16th, 2014. When I came out of the bathroom, I saw my husband on the driveway talking on his cell phone, so I assumed something bad had happened. I went outside to tell my husband that I had to leave for my doctor's appointment, and he said to tell our two granddaughters who were visiting us to stay inside, that he had to wait until the emergency personnel arrived. I went to my doctor's appointment where I came home. When I came home around 12:30 p.m., crime scene tape and the police cars had the street blocked. I got out of my car to see how I could get to my home and was stopped by investigator Steve Dawes for questioning about the incident. Investigator Isom, General Isom, approached me as I was getting out of my car in my driveway to ask me questions. He asked me Danny's last name. I said that I could not remember it, but I could find it in the house because we had written him a note recently. We came inside the house. I found Danny's name to be Danny Markel. Investigator Isom asked me why we had written Danny a note, and I said that it had to do with the shrubs on the other side of our fence because they were growing over the fence and into our shrubs and trees, and we planned to have them trimmed. Danny never responded to our note. So not only was Danny. So I hope the Geigers were immediately put on the suspect list. You know, they've been trying to get this inconsiderate professor neighbor of theirs to stop his shrubs from growing over the fence. He ignored them, and they just couldn't take it anymore. Right? Jim Geiger was round there. Interesting. I'd never heard that before. That Danny had a note written to him by the Geigers saying, "Please, would you sort out your fucking shrubs? They're growing over the fence." you can imagine that Jim and Shannon Geiger are very garden proud, right? They're older people, probably take good care of the yard, trim everything back, make it look pretty. And this academic, non-green fingered academic is just letting his shrubs grow over the fence. They snapped. Anyway, should we have another call? Another call. How are we going to do that? We're going to do media source. Media source.
Charlie?
Hey. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, that's all I care about. So,
Did I wake you guys up?
I've been up since 3:30. You could have called 3 hours ago. No, you did not wake
All
up.
right.
So I just
Other
saw the time,
than
and
this four.
yeah, I figured, and I
3:30. That's the same time Charlie has served breakfast.
was just worried because you never call at this hour. But if you're okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
No,
Did you
I'm just.
get any sleep last night?
Yeah, I slept till 4.
Yeah.
And,
What happened?
well, actually, I woke up before breakfast came. Breakfast came at like 4:30.
A weekday.
Yeah, it's come literally as early as 3:45.
I know. I wonder if it depends. You always say, to have a lot of people to bring to. I always wonder if it's the pod you were in, if that's the
It
reason.
just depends who's they don't. Everyone doesn't get breakfast at the exact same time. It goes out on carts and it's made, I guess.
Yeah.
They move the cart into the pod and then you get trays from the cart.
Sure.
Like trays. What do you call it? I was listening to the radio
Yeah.
and is Dad sleeping?
He's sitting with me. We're doing paperwork at the table. Trust me, right here.
Good morning.
So you're listening to the radio and what, honey?
I was listening to the radio, and I guess what Dan filed yesterday, the reporting on the news, is like breaking news. Like all it was.
It's been all over the TV and everything since he filed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically they said that.
Thanks so much, Clarissa H, for that beautiful super sticker. And yeah, don't forget, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. If you want. If you want. If you can and if you want. Thanks, Clarissa.
He said that one of the jurors said that the members of the jury gave each other their cell phone numbers to have a group chat.
Right.
Before the deliberations began.
Right.
So they basically just exchanged phone numbers. Okay, big deal. They exchanged phone numbers. Basically, they asked the judge to look into it, and the state said they didn't want to. The state objected, and then whatever will happen, will happen. But
did Dan explain to you that yes, the court looks into it, but what he can do and intends to?
yeah, I guess they can look into it too if they want to.
Yes. And even if messages are erased, they can get them.
Right, but it's like it got reported at 6 o'clock in the morning, like breaking news, like holy shit, like they follow this case like it's their fucking life.
Yeah. Well, it was reported within 14 or 15 hours before that.
Yeah. So it was reported yesterday afternoon, but I'm saying.
He's talking about all of us. They follow this case like it's their fucking life. True. It has become that way for me. I probably spend more time thinking about this case than anything else. True story.
It's like if they broadcast on the 6:30 a.m. news, like it's like
Well, what other news do they have up there? Basically, it is what it is.
What other news do they have in Tallahassee? The pig race? The cannoli contest? Oh, it's the state capital of Florida. I'm willing to bet there's the odd newsletter that gets passed around, you know?
It is what it is. But I'm just saying, I only, for many, for multiple reasons, I just feel like I just have to work.
I know, honey. I do. I really do know. But yeah, you knew. You just didn't know that it was that it could become anything is to be like that.
No, but it's what I knew it was going to be before I even got up here. It was exactly what I fucking said it would be, and I had everybody in the world telling me, no, you're going to get a fair trial. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Like, they're going to make sure. Like, you know what?
Yeah, they don't have any news up there. There's a fucking headline. Tallahassee Democrat, General Eisen, 3rd year running winner, mud pie competition.
It's exactly what I said it was going to be. I knew exactly where Bray and Roman were going to go.
This is the very next call after the one we were listening to, but isn't it hard to keep track because he's so fucking repetitive? It was exactly what I'd said it would be. Wendy drove down Trescott. It really is all the same. You could just play all of the calls at the same time and the message would be the same.
So I saw that happening. I saw what happening to me was going to happen. I saw the train coming. And I knew they were going to do whatever they wanted to do, that I didn't stand a fucking chance. I mean, Dan worked so hard on everything, like so prepared. Like he told me that in 20-something years he's never worked this hard on a case ever.
He told me he's never worked this hard on a case. He told me that he'd never grossed so much payment from one trial. He'd never charged this much before from a single client.
For anything he's ever had. Like, he
Michelle, how you doing?
like, he said if he hangs, he'll be upset. He said, I'm not looking to hang.
Okay, no one fucking block Michelle, okay? She's sensitive.
Hang is not a win. He goes, we're going to win. Opening statements begin. We're like, holy shit, like, we're going to win. He wrote it on a piece of paper and handed it. Like, this wasn't just optimism, like,
No.
leading up to the trial. This was like, we're going to win. Like, we're doing fucking great. We're doing great. We're doing.
You know what's funny is when Roman's age, when Charlie went away, was right smack bang in the middle of the ages of Ben and Lincoln when their father was murdered.
Great. And what did I say before I came up here? Doesn't matter if I'm innocent. Like, what they'll make the optics look like is exactly what they had to do. Is when they realized they were losing, they had to turn it into Dateline. Because nobody watches Dateline without coming away
Good evening, Leslie B.
with their own, thinking they figured it out.
Because it's figured out for them.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's what TV is made for like 3rd and 4th graders, to be able to follow the story, follow her car, follow the bullet bourbon. Like anyone with a brain.
Follow the bullet bourbon, follow the car, follow the bourbon, follow the wiretaps, follow the fucking emails, follow the book. I mean, yeah, all of it. It all leads back to one conclusion. Oh, gotta love you, Charlie. Hello, Brian. Hello, Pinto. And hello, everybody.
Hit him off the jury. I mean, they had 10 strikes. I mean, out of the There wasn't 10 good jurors on that they could even pick. But whatever was going to be decent for me got removed. It's just a statistical.
Yeah, we want to change a venue and we want to hire jurors from Miami that all earn over
Fucking
$15
A, bro.
million
I'm gonna
a year.
fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Ooh, that is a really long name. Hang on, we got to check that out. Who is this person? Don't take my word for it. Go to the dashboard. Boris. We'll just say Boris. Thank you, Boris, for the fantastic coffee. Boris says, Metrix, your acerbic observations. I got to look that up. Acerbic. Especially of a comment or style of speaking sharp and forthright. Thank you. Acerbic. Word of the day, everybody. Your acerbic observations are so satisfying to humiliate this hateful, evil family. Keep it up. Thank you, Boris, and thank you for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics.
Numbers. I mean, there's only so many people that will honestly show up and give you a fair shake. And once they tip their hand and they really come across as being honest, then you can see the people that could possibly relate to make life. You got to get them off. Yeah. I mean, if you look at what was left, it wasn't. You know, I mean, Josh Dubin is as good as they come.
Yeah. You can't say anything. You can't say anybody on your case really wasn't the best. The best.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how it's working.
And I knew, Mom, I fucking knew it.
You knew, Charlie. At that point, there was nothing to do. Nothing to do.
Christine! Thank you, Christine, for this super thing over here. That's fantastic.
Nothing. I sat there at the closing and go, holy shit.
Fucking A,
Even
bro.
his
I'm
best
gonna
friend, Ryan
fucking fuck up
Fitzpatrick,
where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, when it rains, it pours. Thank you, Pinto Peabody, for the 5 cups of coffee on buymeacoffee.com. It's just going to be, the rest of the show is just me thanking people now. So tune in next time.
His sister, his best friend. Like, no, when you're taking something that's like paraphrasing out of a sentence,
well, that's
not
what they
giving
did
it
with
context. Take the context out of everything. He sent her kissy face emojis. Yeah, I mean, it's the way I text, but I wasn't right. It wasn't like I was writing poetry.
Right.
You know, like I called their home phone number. I called the landline. Never do I call the landline. Look, I'm calling the landline. Oh, that's statistically significant. I mean, I did call the landline. And you only live there 90 days, and I always called your cell phone. Okay, let's make a pie chart. Yeah. Look at all these things. Look at this mountain of things. Even his best friend saying this. Holy shit. Yeah, his best friend before that of falling out.
Leslie B says, Josh Dubin, I could have done a better job than him. Meaning Leslie could have done a better job than him. I don't doubt it at all, Leslie. I don't even think you'd need to prepare. You just, absolutely.
Holy shit.
Did you know him back then?
I knew him through Darren. I literally had, I think, one text message from him inviting me to a football game. Like, if you look at my text messages from 14, I don't know if I ever texted him. I think he texted
Thank you, Murphy.
me once, like maybe 2 or 3 text messages.
Yeah.
You don't understand. I'm in paradise compared to where I'm going.
I do understand, Charlie. I really do. I'm trying to do whatever is possible. I know this is not going to be an immediate fix, but we are trying.
Listen, I'm just telling you, this was not the move. They're never going to fucking get in for the retrial. But to be honest with you, even if they did, Yeah, they have the same bullshit evidence. And even if they did, there's no, apart from somebody showing up, like saying the truth to back me up. You couldn't find 1 in 12. There wasn't even a fucking hung jury. It wasn't even a jury that wanted to look at evidence.
No, they didn't look at anything.
No, they didn't want to waste their time. No. They just got done watching 2 hours compiled with how many times is she going to put up the same autopsy photo and leave it up while she talks? I mean, that was done to I understand you could put it up one time. Why are you putting it up twice? It's a horrifying photo.
Right.
It's a 10-foot by 10-foot photo, bright with LED lights on it, and making people look at it.
Yeah, it is a horrifying photo. It's a horrifying photo that exists because of your actions, which is the sole purpose of what all those jury members are here to decide on what your punishment should be for what you did. So, showing them the results of your actions. Yeah, I mean, what do you think, that shouldn't be allowed? Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. Amy wants a soap merch and a Bubbles t-shirt. We'll get right on that. But first of all, I need to sue the fuck out of Teespring. Those fuckers haven't paid me since I made a withdrawal on March 11th, right? It's only $100, right? And it's still not here. And it's supposed to be, it should have been like 10 days. And they fucking, Cosmic Kitten still didn't get her hoodie. She contacted PayPal to get her $60 back. I don't know if they're going into fucking liquidation or something, but who knows about this? Are there any lawyers? In England, it would be a small claims court where you can just go, but I don't know. It's obviously an American company, so I gotta, but it's a whole fucking job I've got to do now to go and sue the fuck out of these guys. And then I gotta put the merch. So maybe a better question would be, who knows a better, more reliable merch provider? And again, so sorry to anyone who's had problems with their orders of the t-shirts. But I hope you all understand that they fucked me in the ass as well. And their support system, the way they've handled things. I mean, I really want to find some other creators that have had a similar problem and do fucking class action against these fucks. Anyway, back to the stream.
From while she talks and leave it up. And then another place in the slide in the fucking show, she put it up again to drive home the point.
Yeah.
You have Wendy, you're confirming Wendy's TV appointment that day. Wendy's got her alibi. An alibi so they don't suspect you did it. Does anyone think that Wendy was shooting a gun? She couldn't put herself anywhere else on planet Earth. She had to have a TV repairman that may or may not show up at her house at a given time. That's her alibi? So stupid. I mean, you think about it, each thing they're presenting, it's stupid, I know it's stupid. The jury's eating it up. They're showing evidence. It's not evidence. No, it's her alibi. Her alibi, she could have made a fucking spa appointment or workout appointment or done something on the other side of town that she knew she would have been there. I mean, what kind of alibi is it? What if the repairman gets a call in the morning and says, hey, we can't come till, we'll give you a window of 2 to 6. Oh, her whole alibi's ruined now.
Yeah, we know that you're rocking the apron, Pinto. That's fantastic. I think you may be the only person that looked at all the different merch products and said, you know what, I'm going for the apron. But I love it. We were on a real good run with it for the first couple of months. And then it was November they started fucking up. We're now May. mean, that's 6 months. They must be going into liquidation, but they just don't give a fuck. And I get so, I really don't like the way it makes me feel to deal with them. It's like, but I gotta do something about it at some point. And the first thing to do, I guess, is to find another company. So, any tips on a really good merch company? Would I'd really like someone to tell me these guys are really reliable and their system is great, their support system is great, or whatever. I mean, if anyone knows, let us know. Let us know in the comments or email us at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com.
Repairman. Jeff Lacoste thought he was framed. He thought he was framed for sure. That's why he went in there guns a-blazing and pointing fingers everywhere. Blaming Wendy, blame her brother, blame this, blame that. Holy, he's from South Florida. He must know bad Cubans. Blame everybody. Holy shit. But that's evidence. What the fuck? I'm just still in the theaters. I'm still in the state of shock, even though I knew this was going to happen.
No, of course you are.
For years and years, I knew that if I went to Tallahassee, it was going to be a joke. I remember when this girl at John Cook knew Christy came down. She was taking pictures of me and John and sending them back to friends back home. And I'm like, oh, I want to because she's it's such a big story back home. It's the biggest thing on the news. I mean, it's the biggest thing on the news for years and years and years. You got Dateline in 2020 coming to Tallahassee to do put them they're on the map for this. Tallahassee doesn't make national news for anything other than Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
This is making national and world news. They could have brought my dog up here and they would have convicted him.
Oh yeah. There was no justice.
He's saying it again. They could have brought my dog up here. He just repeats himself.
Here. This is not any form of justice. This is vigilante justice, but this is not justice. That's all it was vigilante.
How is it vigilante justice?
Justice.
It's exactly what I said to you years ago. I said I go up to Tallahassee. I will not get a fair trial. It's going to be a fucking joke. But I was like, I'm innocent. They're not going to have anything to show that I was part of something I wasn't part of.
Okay, guys, we've got Printify from Clarissa H. and Vistaprint from Jane. You know what's really funny, or not so funny, is that before Teespring, I was with another company called Bonfire, and I hadn't set anything up yet, but I looked around other creators and saw that Teespring was common. So I wrote to Bonfire and I said, can you take down my account, please? Because I don't want to have two, because that'll be misleading, maybe. And they said, oh, why? And they were like, yeah, but would you mind telling us why? I was like, well, I've decided to go with Teespring because it's more of a continuity with the types of customers that I would expect. So maybe they're more familiar with that platform. I think it will be a better entrance into market. And they were really cool about it. They were like, well, thanks for taking the time to tell us. And if Teespring fuck you in the ass, which they did, come back to us. So I might contact them because there's a relationship. Has anyone heard of Bonfire? What did we say? Vistaprint. Thanks, guys. This is helpful. Vistaprint and Printify. Printify.
Anything that was real evidence that came in, at the very least, a reasonable doubt. No, you don't have. They can't tell you what to look at and what not to look at. They were planning a birthday party. Yeah, July 5th. Talking about birthday presents. Yeah, it's usually what you do a few weeks before when you're trying to figure out what you're going to do. You know, Wendy, what did you get your dad for his birthday? I don't know, 10 years ago. I don't know, I got that 8 years ago or 7 years ago. I'm glad there's messages to show that I bought the catering. But Jesus Christ.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, we all know
everything was
nothing.
proof. Everything was proof. They're talking about a birthday present. I said in that text message to Wendy, I've got 5 reasons why you shouldn't buy a house. Not 1 reason, 5 reasons why. And I think that one where I said, like, he'll hold it over her and she won't get her deposit back is because she was only allowed to move within so many miles of the marital home. And I think one of the homes was outside of that mileage area. So I was like, Wendy, if you're only allowed to move, say, 12 miles from the marital home, and the home you're looking at 13 miles, and you put a deposit down, he's going to hold that over your head. You may lose your deposit. You may have to sell the house. Like, that's a reason not to get it. Like, being a woman with 2 kids, the house is a huge responsibility. You're better off renting. You know, rent in the neighborhood for a year. Make sure you like it before you start looking in that neighborhood. Like, there's lots of reasons. 5 reasons, I said. Not 1.
Yeah, that's right. You don't do that.
Thank you, Charlie. You're a miracle worker. Why? Because I got looking to not look at buying a house that she was going to make a mistake with. Like, I mean, wasn't she looking at buying a house in the springtime? Was I stopping her in the springtime? No.
No.
I mean, it's just like, you can't be your evidence on one side and then not your evidence on the other side.
Right.
It didn't matter, Mom.
No, it didn't. I know.
STS uses bonfire. That's a good reference. Thank you, Veggie Girl, and good to see you again.
People that were coming out to be jurors were also coming into the courtroom to watch the proceedings. People like that guy who posted about the case who said he was a good juror. He answered everything correctly. And then they reviewed his social media. Thank God it was public. If he had prior, that's something I would have known.
Yeah.
But he's putting social media posts about wanting to kill people involved in the case.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, they didn't deliberate. They made their minds. How many times are you going to show the same autopsy photos? Horrible photos. Sickening.
That's where they did it.
Worse. The same photos they showed the first time that they showed it. 3 different times in the trial, they kept showing the same.
Okay, decision made, I think. We're going back to bonfire. I just checked out STS's shop, and the platform looks really good, actually. The platform looks good. Of course, ours is going to be better because we have better stuff. But, the platform with our stuff is going to be on fire. Bonfire. Go, 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 gunfire.
Photos. Nobody's disputing that a murder was committed, but like, it's enough to make you angry when you watch this. Look at the photos. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I'm literally just in shock. I'm in shock, but I'm not in shock. I'm in shock and anger.
It's shocking. Yeah.
It's shock, it's anger, it's hating the fact that I knew what it was going to be. And, hopefully I get into my own home. But I already put somebody in the hotel and hopefully God, I get out of this room today. I think it's making it worse, to be honest with you.
It's so much worse. You said this guy comes around 9 to 5. You said he comes in around 9 to 5, this guy?
I think he works the morning, but he works the day, so I'm sure it's probably, 8 to 5 or something like that. He's the chief of the jail. But he's got to get me out of here. This is not fair.
No, it's not.
It's like
anyway, I know Dad doesn't have, influence there, but he could at least call. And
he could call,
yeah. I think that would be. I mean, I can certainly, after 8 or 9, I could text him. just to ask,
Yeah. By 9 o'clock, and this guy, Chief Max, just runs his own schedule. He runs the whole jail. I mean, there ain't nobody above him.
If you don't get him in there by 9:30, just call me and just say nobody came, and by that time I can text Dan and say what time could Charlie call you? Where are you open today? Because he really needs to speak to you about something. It'll be quick. Okay?
Yeah, that's never quick. I guess it's funny if I get on the phone with Dan, I don't want to get off. And he's always spent some time with me. I never should have come up here for this shit. This is exactly what I knew it would be. I mean, it would take a miracle to get an appeal. But a miracle to get an appeal. After what they went through up here in Tallahassee to give me a new trial, that would be a second miracle. So listen, I just got prepared for this trial having my own cell, my own phone. I mean, I think in DOC you have the tablets. I'm pretty sure they have them now. Maybe not in all facilities, but I'm pretty sure they do. But I had my own cell. Nobody was going through my papers. If somebody would have taken these papers and thrown them away, I would have been fine. Because my legal notes, I mean, I had notes and notes. Like I had my own cell, I had my own food, I had nobody to come in my cell, I have a cellmate. Like, you don't understand where I am in paradise compared to where I'm going. I don't know how else to say it.
I know Dan is going to try to work on getting you in at least a decent place with people that are not what you're expecting. So he's going to try to do.
Well, I know what I'm expecting. I'm going to be around all people with life sentences. They put them together. They do not put them with other inmates. These are people that are never getting out.
I'm talking about people that are high profile or cops or those kind of people.
That's what they're going to have to do. Or high profile cases where people, they can't put them with other inmates.
Yeah, his best hope is to be surrounded by a bunch of corrupt cops and pedophiles, I guess. Pedophiles. Forever. Oh, God.
Get killed. So hopefully there's a camp and they'll be put with other, but they separate people with life sentences. They're separated. Oh, wow. This is unreal. I mean, they didn't even fucking they deliberated longer for the Parkland school shooter than they did me.
And he really killed people. A lot of them.
Yeah. Like, it's you. Like, me, you got witnesses showing up and lying. Like, no, don't look at them. Look at the text. Look at some angry emails. Crazy emails in her book. And calling the home phone number. And driving by the house. Like, all things that have nothing to do with what happened. I was so stupid. Not 1 in 12. And that's with somebody who did the... Have you ever spoken to Josh Duke?
No.
Okay.
Read a lot about him, but no.
You read about it?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he had sent somebody down here. He came down here himself and did it. I mean, this is on his home turf, and he knows Tallahassee. Like, he lived in Tallahassee for... What are the chances of him having lived in Tallahassee for 4 years?
No, I know, that's really weird.
I mean, he has, like, this institute at the Cardozo Law School. Cardozo is a big school, a big name school, right?
Oh, yeah. Benjamin Cardozo. Sure. School of Law.
Like, and you're not going to get someone who knows Tallahassee better than someone who's lived here for 4 years. I mean, I know it was 25 years ago, but he fucking knows Tallahassee. I mean, brought him on.
Yeah, he knows how to squeeze $1 million out of a desperate man, too, doesn't he? What is he fucking talking about? 25 years ago, Josh Dubin studied in Tallahassee, so that gives him an edge. He came in for an hour. He asked the jury if they hate dentists. People that are like, oh, I hate going to the dentist. So if I'm ever on the jury where the defendant is a dentist, I think I will convict. No matter what the evidence is, I hate going to the dentist, and I will definitely convict. Guilty.
Dan even said to me when he was interviewing people, he said, like, when he was doing his thing with the jury, he's like, he's much better at this than I am. He goes, other than hiring me, this is the best money that you've spent so far on this case. So I said, felt great. Had the investigators, had Dan, had Kate. It wasn't like he was doing it by himself. Had Dan, had Kate. He was running ideas by everybody in his entire fucking law firm. He was running ideas by people that weren't lawyers. I mean, every time he got on a bicycle, he was talking to the guys that he played with. He was talking to his tennis player friends. He was, calling me up all excited all the time. I'd talk to him. Great news, great news, great news, great news. Huge day today. Great news, great news, great development, found this, found that.
Right, I know.
I mean, nothing but
Charlie, in a normal jury, this would not have happened. This would no way have happened. No.
And that's why I was never going to get a fucking fair trial up here. Never. I hung around for fucking nothing. It wasn't even close. And you're talking like I was in my best mental state. You know how much time I spent meeting with Dan?
Oh.
How many days Dan came up to Tallahassee and spent the whole day with me? I'm never gonna be as sharp as a mind as I had when I testified. I'm never gonna look the way I did when I testified. Nothing's ever gonna be. That was the A game.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
This was the A game.
I know.
This was, that's the other thing. It's like, it's not like we, it's not like we cut corners. It's not like we didn't get to 10 people. It's not like, I didn't have an attorney that really worked that hard. These cases that you come back and you win, it's major fuck-ups from the judge, and you get people that had attorneys that really did a slack-out job, and they didn't have the right jury. This was done with with pulling out all the stops. This was done with no expense spared, pulling out all the stops, putting in 110%. I mean, Dan, for all intents and purposes, stopped working on all other cases. I mean, he did little things here and there, but he stopped working on all cases. He put 110% in my case. He had someone like Kate, who was brilliant, working alongside him. She's brilliant. I mean, she doesn't talk as well as Dan. I mean, she's brilliant.
Yeah.
You had a co-counsel that was fucking brilliant that was helping him. I mean, you had Josh Dubin. You had investigators. It didn't even come close to even mattering. Didn't even come close. I mean, the coverage up here was insane. I don't know how you can have a trial in a town with this much coverage. I mean, but I think wherever I go, there'd be bloggers, and I think Kappelman will show up with her same 2-hour presentation going, come on, guys, use your all common sense. Use your common sense. Even his best friend, even his sister, even the text messages, the emails. Oh, look, they're like best friends. Oh, he still dated her for 4 or 5 months after. No, I broke up with her that week. I said I broke up with her that week. I started dating Whitney. We were done. Why do you keep telling me that we were together for 5 months? That's not what I said. That doesn't support it. Okay, we slept together one time 4 months later. Like, but that's not a, we weren't in a relationship for 5 months and we ended things that week. Like, but then she just talked over it and like create her own facts. Create her own facts in closing. It's just, you gotta understand, to win an appeal and then to win a new trial, to go get ready for trial, and to have an attorney like Dan be ready to rock and roll, have his co-counsel, have a jury selector, but you're still going to have the bloggers and the 2020 and the Dateline and the press and the newspaper and the TV, and you're going to have all that shit show happening at the same time. And there's a lot of things on there that you can't explain why Wendy showed up.
Shall we watch a little bit of a few random points of Daniel Rashbaum's closing after this, just for fun? Just for fun.
His house. You can't explain why you said the.
Don't forget, we've got to go through the whole goddamn Charlie Adelson trial, witness by witness, just like we did with Catherine McBanower 2. That was a long haul. I think Charlie Adelson's trial was shorter.
Or TV. You can't explain me calling the house landline from my cell phone other than to go, it's a fucking coincidence. But that's it. It's coincidences happen. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of coincidences. I'm just in shock. Dude, I gave my shit away on Sunday thinking I was coming home to everybody in my life. I literally feel like tension around my neck like you wouldn't believe. I'm just in shock at this move. I know it's going to go from it's always shock, then anger, sadness.
Well, you're angry, you're sad, you're all of those things. And you have every right to.
Yeah, it's called what is it called? The stages of grief. What is it?
Be all of that, because it's a miscarriage. It's a miscarriage.
Hang on, give me 1 minute, okay?
Yeah. I'm here.
Thank you. Give me 1 minute, okay?
Of course, of course.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey, John.
Like I'm lonely, I'm sad, I'm depressed.
I know that's why they're going to get you the hell out of there. At least you see people. Terrible.
Like, I mean, to do stop for observation, I get it, but it's like, they got to get me out of here. It's like,
I know. You're not the only person.
Welcome back, Mimi RN38, who says Beetlejuice had all of those talented attorneys, investigators, jury specialists, and not one of those brilliant grifters told him how his story of double extortion was freaking stupid and ridiculous. Of course they didn't. They were running their own game. It's beautiful, beautiful. Can you just imagine when Daniel Rashbaum and Josh Dubin talk privately? In fact, we just got a message on last night's video from someone called Leonia Bumpass. Who says, I always had a feeling that Wendy and Rashbaum had something going on, and this was some scheme. They were running a scheme. Interesting. I doubt it, but but yeah, definitely help. I mean, the cinematic value of this case alone, you can go in any fucking direction and end up with. It doesn't have to be like telling the Adelson story, but there's about 50 films that you could pull out of this. It would be like Alfred Hitchcock shorts, right? Or like a series of short stories, like Twilight Zone or Twin Peaks, just Adelson. Adelson, what would it be called? That's probably the best idea. Fuck doing the feature film that tells the whole story, but just take little bits of inspiration out of segments of the story, right? And then make your own short film that not necessarily telling the I shouldn't even be saying these ideas publicly. That's fucking brilliant. Netflix, back off. All right, you all heard it here first. It's Sunday, May 4th. True Crime Metrix, patent pending, copyright, boilerplate. Yeah, that's now sealed.
You know,
So I'll be in a different zone. I'll be able to see out of my window into the pod because my window is mirrored, so someone can be standing on the other side of the glass looking at me, and I can't see it. See that?
yeah, I know.
Just mirrored. I just see myself. I look like shit. And I literally look ash white with dark circles under my eyes.
You
Yeah,
happen
we
to
saw.
know, so pretty clear what this is.
No. I mean, some facilities in Florida, you don't get outside at all. You're indoors the whole time. You don't get outside.
You know what that is, though? Those fucking bags under his eyes, circles. Yeah, okay, you've not been out, you've not been in sunlight, blah, 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 but, it's more the guilt. Guilt's carrying stuff, even though he may not have the capacity to feel guilt like a person with a conscience. It's still a weight, isn't it? Those years of running around where every fucking knock at the door, every restaurant you go to, every other table in a restaurant could be an FBI agent with a fucking microphone, parabolic microphone pointed at your table. Just the stress of that alone, but the consciousness of guilt, knowing what you did, it weighs on you and it causes physical ailments, and they're visible. They show up, don't they, on people's faces? You ever notice that?
The people who went to Graceville, it was like, I got a text email from somebody months ago who was there for 6 months. He didn't go outside one time. It was 6 months he was there. And 50% of prisons in Florida do not have AC. No AC.
I remember you told me that.
Yeah, 50% do not have AC. When it was real hot outside, it was like 100, 105 inside.
Ultra testosterone, a lot more than that, man. I mean, I'd say in excess of 2 million. I think the figure I heard some officials speak about was 1.2, but I think it's much more than that. I'd say it's easily in excess of 2 million.
Small thing. They gave inmates shorts to wear. You're allowed to wear shorts for the first.
Don't forget, he was on retainer from 2016. So it's not just the trial that he's being paid for.
First time because it was so hot. I mean, you don't understand. Like this, is what I've heard from everybody is like, this place is heaven compared to the prison.
I don't know what influence he can find for you, Charlie, but he's going to try.
Well, they're going to try. Don't get me into some protective management. They can't put with what they've done with this case. It can't be put with people that aren't in protective custody.
No, they can't.
Somebody's going to want to be able to say that.
Yeah, you know what? Protective custody, confinement on your own forever, meals, shit meals through a fucking hole in the door. Sound fun, right? I love it when he's on the phone going, I'll be fine. I'll be strong. I'll be strong. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be bored. And, real bored forever. But I'll be fine. Just really bored.
They killed this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully there's a camp that they have that just That's what this guy said, is that there's this place where they have of just like, but it's going to be maximum security. I'm not going to go to a low security compound. I mean, it's going to be do the life sentences, get maximum security.
Who is telling you this about, that there are places that have more security and, for high profile cases or police officers or...
I told you that, right? Or someone else told you.
Right. You told me that exists. I didn't know where you heard it from.
Yeah, I heard it because when I was at the courthouse and I was in my jail cell, a guy who was across the hall in a jail cell was got a life sentence.
Leslie B says, I want to know who is going to make a movie. There is a hitman case going on here in Nashville. Ex-wife tried to hire a hitman, but he was undercover. Netflix, Hulu, HBO, all bidding on story. I mean, fuck that. I'm up for doing it underground, guerrilla style. It doesn't take much, and the publicity that we'll get off the back for that. I don't want to buy the rights. Fuck Netflix, they'll fuck it up. It needs someone like me at the helm. Okay, we're doing it. We need some actors. We've got to speak to Anne from LA.
And he got his case back on appeal. He'd been in prison since 2008, so he was here for his appeal in Leon County. So they brought him back. He was wearing when they bring you back in, you wear your prison uniform. So he was wearing his prison uniform. He'd been in prison since 2008 in some other county. He looks at me and he goes, "You Adelson?" The black guy. He goes, "You Adelson?" And I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "Oh man, good luck. I heard about your case." I go, "How'd you hear about my case? You've been in prison since 2008 and in another county."
Yeah, I heard about how hopeless it is. Everyone's talking about it. They're saying there's no way.
Because we still get the news, know what goes on. I was in my pod talking to somebody who was in prison for 10 years. You know what? He knew about my case. They talked about it in the prison that he was in. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, I'm in shock. Literally just shock. I go from shock to sadness. When I'm shocked, I'm not sad. When I think of Roman, I get sad.
I'm shocked you're angry. I mean, we're all angry.
It's unbelievable what my life was and what it became. And I'm going to be honest with you. This ain't changing overnight. And everything is gone. Let's be honest. Everything is.
Someone said earlier that there is a classic Oedipal complex going on between Charlie and Donna, and that may be the case. But the other half of that complex, I've never heard him want to kill Harvey. But there's also a touch of Icarus, right? This guy just flew too close to the sun, and all his feathers melted, and he came crashing down. That's the great thing about Greek mythology, isn't it? It's like there's so much. This story could be a fantastic. We're talking about the movie. What about an operetta? Or do the whole thing in period Shakespeare. That would be fantastic. Or there's a ton of Greek myths that have a place in this tale as well. It's really great, really great.
Gone. It wasn't even close coming up here. Exactly what I thought it would be. I mean, how can I be so right and everyone else be so fucking wrong? I mean, want to share their thoughts with me.
Thank you, Lenny, for the super sticker.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, honestly, how can I have been so right? How can I have been so right? And all these people that are so much smarter than me, they all said something totally different than me, except maybe one or two people who agreed with me.
Zazu Gorilla Productions. That's getting a fucking note. Good job. See, that's why you're Chief Operating Officer. I didn't even think of that. And you caught it. Congratulations. And thank you. Zazu Gorilla Productions. ZGP. 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 Nice.
The reason Andrew was dead is because I listened to other people. I knew better, and I listened to other people. So fucking stupid. I literally hate myself.
Charlie,
Yeah.
you'll call me later. If you call me, I don't know, what time do you think you should call that I should?
I'm not eating chips, Jane. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going to just text Dan anyway. I'll just
No,
text
not
him
now.
and then ask him.
Don't be
Not now.
texting him.
No,
I would by 10 o'clock. I'll call you.
okay. Call me.
Give this guy a 10. I don't want the chief to get in here at get into work at 8 o'clock and his phone's ringing at 8. But I think.
Oh, no. I wouldn't even text him at the door. All right. So if you call me at after 10 and tell me yes or no what's going on, then text Dan and see if he can make a call. If there's anything he can do to make this happen, to get you out of there. Okay?
I can't put it on the phone for 47 minutes. It's the only time that I feel it's normal is talking to you or Dad or.
Because you can talk about it. Talk about it.
So Roman likes to repeat stuff. So he's like, when he's like, oh yeah, we're doing good. He said yesterday, he goes, this will all be over soon. Like, shit, he must have heard that from her mom just talking to her.
Sure.
Like, he doesn't even know what he's saying. He's like, yeah, this will all be over soon. I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
Can't wrap my head around it. Can't wrap my head around it. Now we got to get through this. Now we got to get through it. Your calls on Dan are still private, correct?
Yeah, it'll always be private. It's my lawyer. That's how I'm going to do this. This is it, but that is,
I thought so. I didn't think it changes just because of the trial. I just wanted to be sure.
Teresa Maddox says Harvey is going to have some explaining to do in the near future. Do we think Harvey is going down? I mean, he'll likely die, even if he's arrested today. I mean, call it a year and a half until trial. He'll be fucking 85 years old, in bad conditions. I mean, he'll likely die before trial. And just off the top of my head, I mean, obviously the common sense and, he's totally complicit, involved in everything. But in terms of evidence, what is there? I mean, there's stuff after the bump where he's talking to Charlie in Missouri and stuff. But is there anything? If anything, the evidence that Charlie and Donna have is indicative of, they're saying, "Oh, delete this message and don't tell Dad" and stuff like that. I mean, is there really anything to show Harvey's involvement? I mean, there's things like when what's her name? Dan's friend. I'm blanking on her name. The real pretty one that had the interview with Ison. She went to Wendy's house to see what was up, and Harvey wouldn't look at her. There's stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, it looks like he'll be dead before he would be convicted, I guess.
No, he'll still be my attorney. He's gonna always pick up.
And I really think that, when Harvey was up for Donna's hearing, where she was like, "Oh, if you let me out, I'll stay in the house from 7 until 7, and I'll wear an ankle monitor, and I'll check in, and, I've got to prepare for trial, so I've got to have early pre-trial release and so on, bail, give me bail." I really think if they'd have done that, then both Harvey and Donna would have killed themselves. They got all the meds and know how to use them to make that real easy. And they're old enough. I mean, a lot of people don't live as old as they are now.
It's just, I mean, there was no way I was getting a fair trial up here. There is no way on God's green earth that I got jurors.
But then when we saw the trial and we heard Dan and we heard you and she was away, everybody said, "Look at what just happened. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. No way." And then they didn't deliberate.
No. They had a mountain of it was my dad's birthday party, my mom's crazy emails, my sister showing up.
Good point, Brown and Beachy. Their wealth did not come from dentistry. All sorts of stuff. They were making money spin left, right, and center. Insider trading on stocks, tips, properties. All sorts. Ponzi schemes. I mean, you name it. Money spinners.
Me calling her landline? Yeah, I was pulling into Adam's garage. I was going to be getting in the elevator, and I get shitty.
Not to mention all the tax evasion. Is it the IRS? Again? Those busybodies. Yeah, if you pay us in cash for this filling.
Cell service, I'm going to call you from a different number. Like, I wanted her to pick up, but she didn't see it was my number from my cell. I know I get bad service in that building. Like, I'm still calling her cell phone number, I'm not hiding. I didn't say, "Hey, Katie, give me a different number to call you from, and I'm going to call you from a different number." That's when you want privacy. Like, when I spoke to Erica, I wanted privacy.
Probably the best thing to do with Harvey is just arrest him, lock him up, and, do the prosecution just does the old defense trick of continuing the trial until he's dead. So even if there's not enough evidence to convict him of murder, I mean, anything he got. I mean, if he got 2 years for helping after the fact or something, that'd be enough to see him end his life in prison, right? So good.
Mike had just told me 2 days earlier, don't talk about anything. Don't talk about Katie. Don't talk to Katie. Don't talk to anybody about the case. So I know Erica was going to say, and I was like, I wanted privacy. So I said, Erica, I'll call you from a landline to your cell phone. Yeah, well, I wanted privacy there, but that was the only time. And it was just because I didn't know what Erica was going to say, and out of abundance of caution.
Tamara Demko, thank you, Chip's dad and Leslie B, for kind of sharing the answer there. We've got Demko and Tamara. Love Tamara. Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Mike was telling me not to talk about anything with her, so I wanted privacy. Like, that's with Erica. Katie, I said, here, I'll call you on your cell. I'm calling you from a different number because I wasn't going to get service in that building. So I knew. So I just wanted her to pick up if she sees a different number. I'm coming in 2 minutes. Like, there was nothing being hidden. And they put a mountain of bullshit with the autopsy photos that they kept putting up, upsetting people, the media. Her going, come on, guys. It's just use your common sense.
Okay, so she hit him, says, here's the list of evidence. I mean, none of this really works. Harvey's money from the Institute, Harvey's car given to Katie, Harvey delivering money with Donna night of the murder. None of that is, I mean, the argument would be Donna managed the books and finances for the office, so easy to give a lie version. I mean, I'm not saying he's innocent. We all know he's fucking involved, right? But as the defense would be, is Donna managed the books. Harvey didn't know how the money was going where. Harvey's car given to Katie. Well, it's not like he gave it to her. He was the last registered owner, so it wasn't like Harvey drove the car over and said, "Here." Harvey delivering money with Donna. I mean, again, easy. Harvey drove Donna to their son's house, and she went in with a bag, and he didn't know what was in it. I mean, none of that would be enough on its own to get a murder conviction.
Beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't mean it. You just have to, like, if you think he's guilty, then he's guilty. Like, no, beyond a reasonable doubt means you have to think that is there any other way this could have happened.
That's right, but that wasn't told to them, and that's what I don't understand. How she gets away with the last word saying that, because that's incorrect.
It made it seem, honestly, like, yeah, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins. Like, is it beyond a reasonable doubt that the Chiefs are going to win? No, not even close. But would I say, yeah, I'm pretty sure that looking at everything, I think the Chiefs are better than the Dolphins, for sure. From an outsider, I get it. You put lots of circumstantial stuff together and you go, yeah, it kind of looks this way. I get it. But does it mean that, no, it couldn't have happened any other way? Not with Wendy showing up at Dan's house. She couldn't help herself, as Kappelman said. Wendy couldn't help herself. She had to show up. She narrates things she's narrating and giving meaning.
Wendy never said, well, I couldn't help myself, or that's what I needed to. I mean, come on, it's just so absurd.
No, but so when people think about Wendy showing up, what is the explanation that sticks in their head? Wendy couldn't help herself. She had to show up to make sure it was done. That's, the simplest explanation, the obvious explanation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not she was driving to buy a bottle of liquor, and that's the only liquor store she's ever gone to, and that's how she knows how to get there, so she went her way. So she drove 5 miles she drove a 6-mile route instead of a 3-mile route. That's funny, I used to go to the CVS across the street from Nova, to that liquor store from my house. Because when I lived right by Nova, that's the same store that I would always go to. I don't know why people do that. I do that with pharmacies also. I still would drive to the pharmacy across the street from Nova that I used to go to when I lived at Nova for all those years.
Yeah.
When there's a pharmacy literally 2 traffic lights down on 441, and there's a liquor store right, it's like 2 traffic lights on 441, I still went to the one by Nova.
I know.
I guess I'm just still in shock, and it's still the whole thing of like, I'm getting my life back to find out that I'm not.
I mean, listen, it is shock because it's like it wasn't even 24 hours earlier that everyone knew that's it. You're going to win, you go home. Or if there's some crazy thing and there's a hung jury, so be it. But it was clear. It was clear that you were telling the truth. It was clear you had a ton of probable doubts. I mean, it was clear to everybody. Everybody. This was not like, oh, this is going down. This is going down. It wasn't anything like that. That's what makes it so difficult.
Nothing was going bad. Dan was like, listen, the case is coming in better than he thought it would.
Yeah.
I said, Dan, are you happy with how it's going? He said, listen, because if you would have told me a month ago we'd be at this point in the case, at this point, with everybody who's testified and everything, I couldn't be happier. We're doing better than I really thought we would have. Then I anticipated we're doing as good or better, as good as I could have hoped. I'm very, very confident.
Oh, I know. You weren't the only one who felt confident. Everybody felt confident. And again, in no way, in no way do I, in no way do I have any complaints about anything Dan did. He did what the best attorney would do, the most research that could be done, the most hours that could be put in, nights and weekends. I know he sat on the phone for hours the first 5 months that you were in solitary. He sat on the phone at night with you. I mean, my dad and I look at each other and say, what else could we have done? Was there anything else that we could have done that we didn't do? And no, we had the best. And we had the jury consultants, we had the best. And we had Tallahassee. And they didn't listen. Listen. Listen, Charlie. Can you hear me, Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? Clicked off. I bet it's because it was an hour. Yeah, he'll call me back. Okay. You can make her aware now that the things that we need to discuss are private. If George wants to remain in the lobby, he can, but I have a lot of personal information that I need to give. You call her. Yeah. I mean, just say it. I don't care if she's holding up speaker. Say, George, if you need George to drive you, you can,
They're talking about Wendy.
Or I'll say it in a nice way. I don't want to use this phone. She's going to call me back. What did she say, a little after 8? Yeah.
I'll meet her downstairs. I'll tell her.
Yeah, just tell her, let me know when you're 5 minutes away.
Yeah, she's going to give it to me. Give me PA.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Great. Yeah.
I think the back. They shut Charlie's phone off before he's going to call back.
No, I don't know. I mean, it just clicked off.
Clicked off.
No, because my daughter comes up. I don't care what I wear. George is not coming in. But no problem. And if we finish and she still would like to stay a little bit and have George come up, I have no problem. It's just that everything I'm doing is personal with her. So, no. Yeah. I just said to Annie, I'm on the phone with Charlie, and I'll call you when I get off. So I'm not going to call. Maybe I'll call her before Wendy comes. I'll call her if Charlie calls her, and I'm going to get off. So, yeah. So the things that we want is for him to, we'll talk about in more detail later. I'll tell her I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are, they will then just you know. I mean, what am I going to do? I can't write it. Dan says don't put anything in writing. I can't. What am I supposed to do? Should I? I can't. So I'm supposed to call Dan, but that line is recorded. Because I don't have a private line with Dan. So they're going to either hear me tell Dan to call Annie, or they're going to hear me tell Annie. They might as well hear me. Yeah. I mean, what's the option? Or Annie Cunningham? No, not necessarily. But I'll tell her that there's business things that Harvey wants to talk a lot about, and it involves, it shouldn't be a whole lot of work, but it's going to be some, because he's going to need to be able to contact the handyman, check apartment numbers. We'll give him all the information he needs. He'll send Ron a picture of broken cabinets, and Ron will say, yes, go ahead and replace these. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not going to tell her details. I'll just say Harvey will talk to him later. Call Annie Cunningham. No, I don't know if he's going to get out of there. His mind if he's there all day. You have to let him out for a show.
Thank you for watching. Please like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you don't miss the next one.
Okay, thank God that's over. It was an interesting bit at the end, huh? Okay, let's have a quick... We are not playing an hour and 40 minutes of this. Defense closing argument. Dan Rashbaum at his best. The closer. The closer. He's coming in to win. Actually, I just want to address this comment that we got from our good friend, Kiwi Vanderman, is it? Kiwi Vanderman. So, we've been having an exchange today about whether I really believe Wendy wanted them to go down. He thinks she just cared deeply about herself. It's not that she wanted them to go down. And we had some discussion about that. And the most recent comment I just got, I hope you don't mind if I read this out, but it is obviously a public comment, says, sure, maybe she very much disliked her mother, but it had to be... Shall we read the whole thing? The whole thread? No, we'll just... If you want to see it, you can go to last night's video and have a look for Kiwi Vanderman's comments. The comment says, sure, maybe she very much disliked her mother, but it had to have been an unconscious hate, because please correct me if I'm wrong, but FF showed photos of Wendy with the fam after the bump, including Charlie and one of his lady friends. Also, the mother was looking after the grandkids. Help me to understand how someone that despised her mother and mother's meddling sort of remained so involved with her and Charlie. All just a long game to play the money into her bank account. She doesn't seem smart enough. It doesn't add up to some planned out chess play. It seemed more like she was only playing 1 to 2 chess moves ahead, and it just worked out that she narrowly escaped justice for now. Okay. Wendy being photographed having family time with with her mother, with Charlie and everything. It's very important that Wendy has a public image of a good mother, a good daughter, a high academic performer, a respected professional, all of these things, very important. And part of that is playing the role of a good daughter and a good mother. She's neither of these things. And like this is exactly why Wendy is such a dangerous person, because she will put herself in those acting positions. And as far as Donna looking after the grandkids, I mean that was a large part. You know, as far as I'm concerned, the last time that Wendy allowed Donna to dictate her life was when Donna was looking on JDate and said, "Here's a Harvard professor. Don't worry if he's Jewish, because we'll convince him that that lifestyle isn't, you know, what we're going to be doing. We'll bring him down to Miami and he'll get a jet ski too." And by the way, have children reasonably young. I mean, not that young. I mean, she was what, 30? But we know from Jeff's reports that, and from her escapades, shall we say, that she definitely felt like she'd not lived her best life and wanted to. Stuck in Tallahassee to a man she doesn't love, kids before she had, what is the word to use, blossomed. Major resentment of being a mother. I mean, those kids were with Donna like basically 100% of the time as soon as they got down to Miami. And yeah, they were all living together at some point, but it was like, here's the kids that you made me get. Now I need to go and sleep with Julio, okay? And all of his friends. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any thing with like conflict with the photographs or the fact that she let Donna look after the kids. I mean, that's it fits what I'm saying. I could explain that a lot better with some consideration. And as far as like Donna being the one who pushed for the murder, who pushed Donna for the murder? Indirectly, without asking. Wendy. Wendy. It's all Wendy. Donna now. What is she, what control does she have over anything? You think Wendy's going to come in and save her at trial? No. And as far as getting the money, I mean that's a happy consequence of her revenge. She's always been thought of as the weakling of the pack, the one that needs the guidance. Charlie and Donna. I think possibly Harvey was less involved in these meddling things. You know, it was very much Charlie and Donna working in unison against Wendy, or for her greater good as they saw it. Get this job, live in this place, marry this man. That has got to, you know, and I understand Wendy's frustration. That has got to really grain on you. Um, I really believe it's okay. Wendy's stuck in Tallahassee. Doesn't blame Dan. It's Donna's fault she's with Dan. She blames Donna. She cleverly uses her lamb-like character, weakling of the pack character, to manipulate her mother to make her so angry that she puts pressure on her brother to get some hitmen to go and kill Dan. Then Wendy is able to live in luxury Miami, have the mother look after the kids that she didn't want, have a load of fucking victim compensation, trust fund, life insurance, whatever, from Dan's death. It's the safest thing for Wendy to do, and it's very convenient that her throwing the family under the bus in the interview which she clearly did. It's better for Wendy. It's more insulation for Wendy for Charlie and Donna to go down. And it's not a sacrifice of like, oh, I wish I didn't have to send my brother and mother to prison forever. It's easily justified. Easily justified to her. I mean, maybe I'm completely mad. I just see this so clearly. And there's other things. There's other things that support this. But I don't need anyone else to agree with me. It's great that others have different opinions and questions, and I don't think any less of anybody for seeing it in a different way or whatever. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. But I don't really have any questions in my mind about it, Anyway, just talking to myself here. Are we still? I haven't even looked at the chat. They're probably like, shut up, Metrix. Play Rashbound, Metrix. What are you going on about now, Metrix?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hang on. Gotta get the audio. Got the audio. Hide that. We'll hide that and that.
As we discussed in jury selection, Charles Adelson is presumed to be innocent. To overcome that presumption of innocence, the state has the heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Charlie committed the crime that they say he committed. We did not have to present any evidence whatsoever. That's how our system works. We did not need to prove his innocence. As you go through the trial, you were told that you needed to evaluate the evidence through a lens of innocence, a presumption of innocence. Now, I think we did prove his innocence in this trial, but that isn't the standard. That's not what you go back there and deliberate. What you see in this trial is a mountain of reasonable doubt that arises from the evidence itself, from the conflict in the evidence, and from the lack of evidence. The state's first question to Mr. Adelson when he was on the stand was something called Occam's razor. Their first question was referring to their belief that the simple answer is the preferred answer. You might recall them asking that question. very first question they asked Miss Charlie. Occam's razor, that proposition that the simple answer is the preferred answer, is the exact opposite of what our criminal justice system is about. See, Occam's razor is a guess. We don't guess in this country. We don't assume people to be guilty.
This is the closer, huh? Occam's razor is a guess. The jury's like, oh, a guess? That sounds really unreliable.
We presume them to be innocent. And sometimes the simple answer is the wrong answer. Sometimes things aren't so simple.
Thank you, Jill Jane.
And that's what we have in this case. I talked to you in opening about puzzle pieces. I talked to you in opening about how puzzle pieces wouldn't fit. And that's exactly what you saw repeatedly in this case.
Hey, Jill Jane says your sound is a lot better. Did you switch your microphone? That's so weird. I'm not using the microphone. I'm just using the laptop microphone. Maybe it's broken. We're going to have to run some tests.
Just one of those puzzle pieces is enough for reasonable doubt. But here we have a mountain of them. And let's talk about them briefly. Government Exhibit 59. This is their conspiracy chart. The first puzzle piece that doesn't fit is motive. See, Charlie Adelson didn't have a motive to upend his life. Charlie Adelson had a good life. His business was booming. He was supportive of his sister, but he didn't.
It's not too close to looking at Wendy, Jerry. It's that old thing of, you know, she's in the fucking interrogation and she suggests, my parents are very angry at him. Oh, my mother sounded really relieved. No, what did she say? My mother sounded really, what was it? You know, shocked. When I spoke to her on the phone, it didn't seem like it was her that did this. Thank God. I really couldn't handle that right now. I mean, Sarah, victim advocate, was like, what the fuck did you just say? That's so weird what you just said. There's so many points in the interview where she's just pushing big pointed arrow at her family and onto Jeff and her family. Charlie said this. Da, 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 da. Oh, no, it wouldn't be him. He's a joker. Oh, it will be different if my... You know, it's the perfect thing for the family to go down. She knows that fucking Donna's emails are going to come into evidence. She gave them the laptop. She's very careful about not responding to any of those emails. You know, she's real clever. I don't think people give her enough credit.
Wake up in the morning thinking about Professor Markel. He didn't go to bed at night thinking about the problems his sister was having. He was living his life. Now, was it a bitter divorce? Absolutely. But through all of those crazy emails, are there any examples of any violence? None. Those emails, we spent about 10 minutes hearing about them this morning. Not Charlie's ideas. By the way, those emails weren't even done. You heard from Wendy Adelson she never offered any of those things to Professor Markel. She never threatened him with any of those things. Crazy ideas? Yes. An upset mother? Yes. Pushing each other's buttons? Yes. But ladies and gentlemen, even the $1 million offer you heard, lawyers were consulted to make sure it was legal. A far cry from a murder. Their relocation motive. Relocation was denied a year before the murder. And by the way, Wendy Adelson and her 2 boys moving to South Florida would have no impact on Charlie Adelson. Would he be happy that they were there? Sure. Would it change his life? No. Now, you may wonder, why did we spend so much time on cross proving Wendy Adelson's innocence? The reason being is because on their exhibit, take a look who is in their conspiracy. They circled her for you in their opening cross. See, they were guessing about Wendy just like they're guessing about Charlie. What the evidence showed is that Wendy wanted to leave South Florida. But when it was denied in the summer of 2013, she made a life here in Tallahassee. What the evidence showed, and remember, I tried to get an email after email after email, and they fought me on it. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself what they were afraid for you to see. You saw that she made appointments after the time of the murder. She made them before. You saw she made plane tickets from Tallahassee to other places in the fall and winter. You saw that she got a new divorce lawyer. You saw that she was making play dates. And significantly, you saw that the entire family was making plans to come up here and see her celebrated for her book at FSU with incoming students. Why is that significant? Because their theory, their simple theory, is that she was part of a murder. It's a puzzle piece that does not fit. And we're going to talk about her trip down Trescott on the 18th.
All of this is a defense for Wendy. I mean, she made plane tickets. She had appointments in Tallahassee. We're going to talk about her trip, her road trip.
Because that's a puzzle piece that they keep on trying to pound and doesn't fit, but we'll do that a little later.
Wrong trial, boss.
The next puzzle piece that doesn't fit. Who had the kids? See, one thing that the state and the defense can agree on is that the Adelsons love these 2 boys. But they would have you believe that they hired hitmen twice. And both times, who had custody of the kids? They would take a risk that these boys would be injured, killed. Does that make any sense? The June attempt. Remember, Wendy and Danny shared the kids 50-50. The June attempt, we learned from their witness, Luis Rivera, Danny had custody of the kids. And we learned that he wouldn't do the murder because the kids were there. The July attempt, they show you a text message about Professor Markell being in town. And they show you a text message where Wendy's asking for the boys on the 16th. The murder's done on the 18th. Who has custody of the kids?
He looks like a child over there. You know what that face is? It's the face of a 15-year-old that's been called into the principal's office and is trying to look sorry. Is preparing an apology in his mind. We're sorry. What we did, it was wrong, and it's so prep school.
Professor Markell being in town.
Honestly, Principal, if you let me out of this, my dad will donate to the school and build you a new library.
And they show you a text message where Wendy's asking for the boys on the 16th. The murder's done on the 18th. Who has custody of the kids? Professor Markell. It doesn't make sense. There is no chance if these people were behind the murder, they would take...
Tay says Wendy did not anticipate getting picked up and taken to the police station. Maybe not quite in the way she did. I'm sure she anticipated speaking with police. And on the day of, I'd say. You know, she knows how investigations run. And her outfit. You telling me that Wendy Adelson goes to lunch at a restaurant looking like that? With her hair like that? It seemed, you know, what is the word? Orchestrated or something. I'm not sure what.
Any risk that those boys would be in the crosshairs. Use your common sense. It's a puzzle piece that they cannot explain. And you know what else doesn't make sense? Is their alibi argument. So they make a big argument about this Best Buy repairman coming that morning, how it was set up for an alibi. The argument, by the way, makes absolutely no sense, because then they argue that Wendy purposefully went down the street of where she was supposed to get an alibi from. But let me ask you this question. Again, use your common sense. If the Adelsons and Charlie wanted to set up an alibi for not only Wendy, but themselves, why not do the murder on July 5th when each and every one of them is at a birthday party for their father in South Florida? Wouldn't that have been a better alibi? They didn't do that because they're not behind the murder. They didn't know it was going to happen. They have nothing to do with it. It's a puzzle piece that doesn't make sense. It's reasonable doubt. Sigfredo threatened Charlie. Now the state has them as co-conspirators. The testimony is clear. Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie Adelson. The testimony is clear from their own witnesses that Sigfredo Garcia wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. In fact, you hear that on March 11th, 2014, just 8.5 weeks before the first attempt, you hear that from Luis Rivera, that Sigfredo was stalking Charlie, and he wanted to run him over with his car. He wanted to kill him. He's going to do that 8 weeks before he does a murder for him? Makes no sense. But it gets worse. You heard testimony in this courtroom from repeated witnesses, both law enforcement and otherwise, that on July 1st, just 17 days before the murder, Sigfredo Garcia tried to run Charlie off the road, threatened him, left a threatening voicemail that he was going to kill him, left it with his dad, but thought he was leaving it for Charlie. It's just 17 days before the state wants you to believe he went and did a hit for him. It doesn't make any sense. It's a...
Here you go. People may slow blink for various reasons, including accepting information, relaxing, or blocking out sensory input. It can also be a sign of focused attention, mental load, or even a form of emotional communication, especially with cats. In some cases, slow blinking can be a sign of a medical condition such as blepharospasm. Blepharospasm. Well, he's got a couple of those going on, hasn't he?
Puzzle piece that doesn't fit. Now they'll come up here in rebuttal and they'll probably say something like, Sigfredo didn't know what he was doing, Katie was siloing him of information. Ask yourselves if that makes any sense. Ask yourself if after the first attempt he doesn't know exactly who he's killing. It's reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. It's a puzzle piece that they cannot explain.
Right, we're going to have to skip through bits and pieces of this, guys.
It's before the bump. It's one.
I mean, is there any point?
Because it has nothing to do with us. But
it's quite possibly one of the worst closing arguments I've ever seen. I'd like to compare it with that fucking, what was he? That limbo guy from the Colin Griffith trial. The water skier.
We showed you possibilities of where the information could have been found. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of reasonable doubt. As opposed to some crazy explanation, and we'll get to it, that just 3 weeks after dating, he put some letter in her bag that she doesn't know what the letter is about and what it says, but it must have been that. Does that make any sense? And we showed that on the day of the murder, Wendy Adelson voluntarily was interviewed for hours without a lawyer. She gave her phone. She let them search her car. She let them search her computer. And she named everyone who could have done this. Everyone that came to mind, the first person she named was herself. And yes, she mentioned the hitman joke. And then she said, but he wouldn't do it. By the way, talk about a puzzle piece that doesn't fit. His co-conspirator goes to an interview with law enforcement on the day of the murder and tells law enforcement about the hitman joke.
Well, well, well.
Does that make any sense?
Well, it does in my theory.
It does if they're not co-conspirators. It does if they...
Yeah, it does if Wendy orchestrated the whole thing on a covert basis and, threw them under the bus, which she did.
had nothing to do with the murder. Reasonable doubt. She talked about her problems in the relationship with Jeff Lacoste, how he was stalking her and jealous. She was adamant that Charlie never actually looked into hiring a hitman, that was a lie. And was adamant that the dinner they had weeks later, no one called it a celebration dinner. Her testimony, a state witness, did just the opposite of proving their case. It gave more reasonable doubt, and I would submit proved innocence. The next witness was Officer Brandon. His testimony was short, but indicative of the state's case. He testified that Wendy drove down Trescott. Again, she explained why. But more importantly, the state tried repeatedly to pound this evidence in to show that Catherine Magbanua made a phone call, got a phone call at 12:30 and said, I know it's already been done. Remember that testimony? And the state was desperate to say that that phone call somehow came from Wendy Adelson. But look at their own exhibit. The phone call is at 12:30. They showed it to you today. Look where Wendy Adelson is at 12:30. She's nowhere near the residence. According to the state's theory, she must have mind-reading ability.
I need to zoom in on that. 12:30. I'm just giving this some consideration for when we come to our video on the charge card theory that Harley D put out, that Wendy Adelson sent a signal through the charge card to a registered account user at ABC Liquors. And that's how, so that wouldn't work with Katie knowing at 12:30. But weren't there news crews already there? I mean, Jane had seen it on the TV. Lynn Grossman had seen it on the TV. What time? We don't know.
But yet they continue to try to pound that puzzle piece into place.
How does he think this is effective? They pound the piece, place. Fuck off.
They double down on it. Ask yourself why. Jeffrey Lacoste. The jury instructions will tell you to evaluate bias in witnesses in determining their truthfulness. It is not up for dispute that Mr. Lacoste was a jilted lover who was stalking Wendy Adelson. You heard that from Hale, Officer Hale, the later witness. More importantly, though, Jeffrey Lacoste thought that the Adelsons and Wendy had tried to frame him. He was upset about that. They thought he tried to frame them. He thought they tried to frame him for this murder. And so his testimony was shaped by that anger. The truth is, he had a nice time at dinner with Charlie on March 11th at Yardbirds. There's a text message in real time, unsolicited, confirming that. Charlie didn't send.
Oh, check this comment out that we just got on last night's show, guys. Most of you low-level thinkers cannot even appreciate how well Charlie has handled the conviction, and you also have zero empathy for any of the Adelsons involved. It just shows that you are low-life people who cannot do anything except root against a family as if you couldn't imagine ever getting up into a dynamic situation like this. You might think that you are better than everyone, but you are all wasting your lives rooting against this family. There are a lot of psychological and family dynamics that were never talked about on these podcasts. Instead, you guys got out the pitchforks and now will waste years and years of your life wishing bad things on these people. You show no mercy. So one day, when you make a huge mistake, don't ask for any mercy. Okay. What can you say to that? What can you say to that? Anyone in the comments ever murdered a professor? Yeah. Okay, Tom Dallas 3690. I think we'll just remove you from the channel. Okay. Thank you for your comment.
Sent him a text. He sent Charlie a text. The truth is, when he talks about Charlie having associations with the Cuban element, whatever he testified to, by the way, no one in this case is Cuban. Tell you a secret, Sigfredo Garcia is not Cuban. Luis Rivera is not Cuban. Made up.
How weak is that? How weak is that? Charlie Adelson, for sure, would refer to any Hispanic living in Miami as Cuban. It's not a requirement that they come from Cuba. They come from Puerto Rico and whatever. Is Sigfredo from Dominican Republic? That's just amazing. Made up, reasonable doubt, no Cuban in this case.
He admitted that even though he supposedly thought Wendy was part of a murder, he would have gotten back together with her. Does that make any sense? He says that Wendy told him that Charlie really looked into hiring a hitman. He says she told him this when they were breaking up. Does that make any sense? He says that after they broke up, she told him it was a celebration dinner. Meaning she's telling him, I did a murder with Charlie. Does that make any sense? And then you hear about these notes. You hear it from Officer Hale and others, how there's a bunch of notes.
Thanks, Clarissa. Sigfredo Garcia is Cuban.
He took a bunch of notes. I never saw the notes. You know why? He destroyed them. Ask yourself why. His testimony makes no sense, is biased, and should be discounted as nonsense. As someone who is angry because he thinks they tried to frame him. Stephen Webster. Honest. Nice. This was Professor Markel's divorce lawyer. But notice something. He's not a divorce lawyer. He's a criminal lawyer. Never litigated anything in the case. But yet they call him to try to bolster some sort of motive that Wendy Adelson was so fearful and the family was so fearful that she was going to be disbarred, that these motions were going to be successful. When I asked him, did you know that the judge was frustrated with Professor Markel? He had no idea, because he wasn't the lawyer at the time. Junam Chinda. She testified that Charlie sleeps with a gun. Why would he sleep with a gun if he was part of the murder? She testified that during the bump, she wasn't actually clear, but I'll give him this. During the bump and after that, he was upset. He was acting weird. Of course he was. He didn't know whether his family was about to get killed. He didn't know who was extorting them the second time. She also testified.
He's just contradicted himself. You know, why was he sleeping with a gun if he was part of a murder? Why was he acting weird? Because he didn't know if his family were going to get killed. Because the extortion, Sammy was threatening his dad.
Testified how Charlie flew out of the country and always returned. Ryan Fitzpatrick. To me, this witness sums up the state's case. And it's scary.
Skipping.
He confirmed that there was no evidence of any calls between Katie and Charlie after Sigfredo's arrest in the spring of 2016. He testified to the numerous lies that Katie told on the wires to Charlie and how she didn't lie to her co-conspirator, Sigfredo. That was their case in chief. We had no obligation to put on a case. When you're evaluating the presumption of innocence and whether they met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt, stop right there. They didn't come close. But we put on a case. We talked a little bit about lawyer Adamson. We can move on from her. I think you get the point of what her purpose was. But Charlie Adelson testified. And when he testified, you saw him explain on direct what happened on the 18th. How he was extorted. How he was fearful for himself and his family. You heard why he didn't go to the police. Now, listen, some of us might go to the police, some of us might not. You heard why he didn't go to the police. Reasonable. He had just seen what had happened to Professor Markel. He knew the danger of these people. By the way, he's been talking like this. He doesn't stop. She goes to the bathroom and he finally listens. And when she comes back, you see his conversation changes again. He says, okay, I see what you say. Here's the number. Call the number. But he starts talking about how it's different. And then he calls his mom, and he talks to his mom about how it's the police. And Matsuri is the same thing. Now, why they're talking in code, listen, I think this is semantics. There is no code, but we can agree on this. They are talking carefully. And the reason he is talking carefully depends on who he is speaking to. When he's speaking to Catherine Magbanua, he is speaking carefully because he needs her help. And he does not want to spook her. When his mom and him are speaking carefully, it's because he does not want anyone to know, including the police, about the first extortion. Because if they know about the first extortion, they're going to come talk to him, and he believes that he and his family will be in danger. And by the way, he doesn't go to the police because it's clear the police wouldn't believe him. Just like they don't believe him right now. Now, during Miss Kappelman's cross of Charlie Adelson,
It's disturbing, isn't it? I mean, we've just listened to like 2 days of Donna and Charlie saying, Dan's a closer, that's what he does. You know, he did a fucking flawless job. He walked all over Kappelman. I mean, that is just, it's just totally fucking deluded, isn't it? You can hear the jury's boredom. You know, Judge Everett's just about to settle down into a deep sleep with a moon pie.
you saw it. I'm not going to go into it in detail. But one thing is clear, is that he knew the wires cold. He knew dates. He knew what he said on particular wires. And you might ask yourself, why? His life is dependent on those wires. For the last year and a half, he's been in prison, jail. He's reviewed those wires because he knows they show what really happened. The wires show his innocence. And they certainly don't show proof beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. You know, like the landline, I want you to think about the bullet bourbon.
Danny Rashbaum doesn't give a fuck about this closing. You know? In his head right now, he's thinking, okay, after the conviction, what else can I bill for? Okay, well, I'll have to visit Charlie in the detention center while he's being prepared. Then I'll handle the handover to the appellate lawyer. I'll try and get 6 weeks billable hours out of that. Then hopefully by that time, Donna will have been arrested and hire me again. And I'll get her to pay her my full fee for her entire defense, including trial, up front, knowing full well that I will probably be removed from her case due to a conflict.
Agent Maltese was told to take a picture of that bullet bourbon. Done to incite.
I know, right, Tay? I mean, Judge Everett is definitely regretting having that third sandwich.
Thank God Charlie Adelson kept the invitation to the party. Not the simplest explanation, but the truth. The state's case is like that.
Look at him. Next time, don't sprinkle sugar on the sandwich. Dip it in honey next time. The whole thing.
The case against Charlie Adelson is a case of guesses and of assumptions. It was not brought until just weeks before Catherine McVanagh's second trial. 8 years after the murder, 6 years after the arrest of Sigfredo, and later Catherine McVanagh.
Oh, he's got his eyes closed. We've lost him. The judge is down.
Murder, 6 years after the arrest of Sigfredo.
From the bench.
And later Catherine McVanagh. The evidence wasn't there then, and it isn't there today to meet their high burden. The puzzle pieces do not fit. He did not participate in the murder of Professor Markel. He didn't do it. He didn't conspire to do it. He didn't solicit it. By the way, speculation can be reasonable doubt. You can go back there and speculate.
Pepto-Biz. He looks like he needs a fucking shot of... What is that stuff called? Nyko or something. What is it?
You can use your common sense and figure out...
Your Honor, misstatement of the law.
Approach.
Naloxone? Approach. Hey, look, there's what's the name? I forgot.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, Diane. Thanks for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Nice one.
Regarding the last comment concerning speculation, you may continue with your argument.
You're allowed to use your common sense. That's what you're allowed to do. That's what you're told to do.
Narcan. Thank you, Jerry.
You don't have to check that in the door out there. The presumption of innocence means that we presume the best about people. We presume them to be blameless. That means when you're listening to these wires, if there are two possible explanations, you go with the one that is favorable to Charlie Adelson. That's what is consistent with the presumption of innocence. The state wants you to assume guilt. They want you to listen to these wires, and they want you to hear them in a certain way through dirty lenses. They want you to look at them through the lens of everything being wrong and sinister. That is not what the law says you should do. if you presume this man innocent, which the law says you must do, which is what each and every one of you gave your word you would do during jury selection, then you look at these wires and you listen to them assuming the best about Charlie Adelson. And when you have two explanations, both of them reasonable, you go with the one that presumes his innocence. That's how our system works. Reasonable doubt, the judge has instructed you on. And he's told you that reasonable doubt is if you vacillate, if you go back and forth, that either explanation could be right. If you waver at all, that is living, breathing proof of reasonable doubt. And when you find yourself doing that, you must find Charlie Adelson not guilty. Because that is reasonable doubt and shows that the state did not meet its burden. Each and every one of you promised us during jury selection that you would have the courage, the fortitude, that if the prosecution didn't meet its burden, something they have not come close to doing in this case, that you would have the courage to say the words "not guilty." And that's what we're asking you to do, because simply put, the evidence isn't there. The evidence is actually consistent with innocence. Now, because of the state's high burden of proof, they get another closing. And I don't get to speak again. So I need each and every one of you, when they're speaking, to think in your minds, what would Rashbaum say?
Puzzle pieces.
What would the evidence say? Remember, in our system, they don't get the last word. You do. I know you will take your jobs as jurors seriously. I know you will follow the law, the presumption of innocence, and the high burden of proof. If you do that, there is only one just verdict in this case. Count 1, not guilty. Count 2, not guilty. Count 3, not guilty. End this nightmare. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor.
The closer, everybody. Ah, man. I'm so tempted to put on fucking George's rebuttal. But I really should go to bed. End this nightmare. Send him home. Don't take my word for it. Go to the wiretaps.
The defense has encouraged you to speculate in this case. The law does not allow that. I want to draw your attention to page 4 of your jury instructions. You don't have to pick them up. Page 4, middle of the page. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt.
I want to draw your attention to page 4 of the jury instructions. You don't have to pick them up. I love that. You know, that is so clever. She's telling them that it's on the jury instructions, but discouraging them from picking them up so they keep listening to her. That is so well thought out.
Is not a mere possible doubt. Could it be? Not good enough. A speculation.
Let me just see that again. That was beautiful. What a what an art form to open with. Double-edged sword.
4 of your jury instructions, you'll have to pick them up. The defense has encouraged you to speculate in this case. The law does not allow that. I want to draw your attention to page 4 of your jury instructions. You'll have to pick them up. Page 4, middle of the page. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. Could it be? Not good enough. A speculative doubt. Speculation. We don't have that in the courtroom. We don't have that in the jury deliberation room. Imaginary or forced doubt. Not reasonable. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. When you're back there and you're thinking about what Mr. Rashbaum would have said, he would have said puzzle pieces. First puzzle piece, the motive doesn't fit because he had a great life and he wouldn't have wanted to ruin his life. The problem with that argument is arrogance. This was not an issue for him because he wasn't going to get caught, because he was untouchable. They said relocation had no impact on Charlie Adelson, and that they proved Wendy's innocence in their questioning of her. Why are they working so hard to convince you Wendy is innocent? Does it matter? Y'all aren't being asked to decide anything about Wendy Adelson. There's nothing on that verdict form about Wendy Adelson. Did she corroborate the defense theory in this case? Wendy Adelson testified she didn't know anything about this supposed extortion of her brother, even though she moved there the day this happened. She didn't know in 14, she didn't know in 15, and she didn't know until it was announced in opening statements in this courtroom. I asked her about it, and she said, quote, "Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not. I don't know whether it's true or not." Even his own sister doesn't believe this load he's trying to sell y'all. Garcia wanted to kill the defendant so he wouldn't have done a hit on his behalf. And for that they referred to the jet ski incident. They couldn't be in a conspiracy together because they hated each other. Well, that was part of the purpose of the walling off. The whole theory of this defense is that this defendant was so fearful of Sigfredo Garcia that he couldn't do the normal thing. He couldn't report this. But he continued to date Catherine Magdanois, Garcia's baby mama, after all this. After July 1, when they had this incident in the roadway. After the extortion. And even after that, he continues to send love notes to Sigfredo Garcia's woman. Even after the two of them get back together, he's still sending those notes because he's so arrogant. Defense has told you that the defendant made the joke about the TV being cheaper than Hitman to people he hardly knew. Who are those people? The only person that testified in this courtroom that they had heard that joke was Wendy Adelson. Lacasse was asked. The lawyer said they said it, and you guys have to refer to your notes and your own memories about what the evidence showed. But Lacasse was asked, did he say the joke at the dinner that y'all went to with Wendy and Garcia and Catherine Magdanois? I'm sorry, Wendy and Charlie and Catherine Magdanois. And he says, no. He does not recall that joke being made, and he thinks he would have recalled it had it been made. So there is no evidence in this trial that the defendant told that joke to people he hardly knew. If this was a murder for hire, it should have been paid in advance. Murder for hires always get paid in advance. That's what Pat Sanford said. That's not what he said. What Pat Sanford said is the arrests have been made close in time after the other murder for hire cases have worked. So there's no payment over time, gifts and stuff like that. Here, the investigation took years for the defendant to have the opportunity to try to keep her happy, to try to provide these gifts. Not only to her, but to Sigfredo Garcia. A gift card for a vacation on your extortion victim. Offered, not asked for, not demanded, offered. Offered to the extortionist. The defense talked about Catherine McDaniel. He hates when people lie and she's a liar and she lied to you. Well, Mr. Rashbaum's opinion about the witnesses, he told you which ones were good, which ones were lying, which...
Okay, hit it in the comments. Jane says, wow, arrogant, as in a word for Charlie. What will George's word be for Wendy? I'll start with psychotic.
Which ones were truthful, which ones were the best ones, which ones meant nothing. You guys decide that stuff. Okay? What we say is not evidence. Catherine McDaniel is a liar, though. I mean, she said other stuff, and now she's saying this. You guys have to consider that. That's a no-brainer. She has played every card she had, and this is the last stop for her. I agree with that. You guys agreed at jury selection that you would keep an open mind to that type of evidence, and that's all I ask you to do. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? Because her last testimony sure didn't. Nobody has stronger feelings about Catherine McDaniel than the ones sitting on this side. Would I ask you to base this defendant's freedom on the word of Catherine McDaniel? That's what they said I'm doing. And I would never do that. Never. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? That's what I'm asking you to consider. I didn't ask her about Dolce Vita. She verified the transcript. She said the words that scrolled when y'all watched it were the words that were said. The state has a doubt. What if we do? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the lawyers think. Doesn't matter. Do you have a doubt? Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter what Mr. Rashbaum thinks. Regarding the defendant's demeanor in 2014, the defense said there was nobody that said anything about his demeanor. We only asked about was...
Does anyone think that Wendy Adelson really misses her mother or her brother? I would love to know. I would love to know. I mean, do people really think that? Do people really think that Wendy is looking at the situation as it has fallen and going, oh God, this is such a terrible thing. My mother, who I love, is gone, and my brother is gone, and it's all because of my bad marriage. No, no.
Was he going crazy?
I can fucking hear her laughing at this, you know? I can hear her fucking laughing at this.
After the bump.
She is fucking sick. She's fucking satanic, man. I just, fuck. She's beyond. She's so far fucking beyond.
The answer was yes. That's not true. Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was his best friend in 2014, they didn't fall out until 2015, reported no...
And it's not even a feeling of like, you know, realigning her feelings, adjusting, like, well, you know, it's sad that they went down, but it is their own fault because they were careless. And, you know, it's not like that. I feel the setup. I just, if people are still struggling to get over the line where they believe that, I really want to, I feel it's my duty to fucking go deeper. Go deeper and get all the things. Because I guess it's my subconscious. And as I'm trying to explain it on the fucking fly at 4 in the morning, 4:46 in the morning, there's only so much I can do. But I got to go through everything again and pull it all out. I've got to do that. It's my duty. It's my duty to all of you.
No change in his behavior. I said, was his behavior weird like that before the bump? No, not weird. That was his quote. He was normal until the bump, and then he was agitated, angry, freaked out, tense, stressed, whatever. Why didn't I play all of the calls? Did y'all get enough of the calls? I was trying to pick the parts that I think are important. They're in evidence. Feel free to listen to them. I do not want you to think I was trying to hide anything from you. Those are in evidence. And you will have an opportunity to review anything you want when you're back there with the recording equipment, headphones, and all.
I would bet my life, Jane, that there's not even one phone call to Donna from Wendy. She's not going anywhere near that. She didn't even tell after Charlie's conviction, Donna contacted her and said, "Have you told the boys? Have you told the boys that their uncle's never coming home?" She didn't reply. Donna had to get the information secondhand from George, which was a yes. She told the boys.
All that will be provided to you. The defense says in calls A, B, and C, if you did a murder with someone, wouldn't it be the first thing on your mind to report? Well, maybe, but you're probably not.
Tay, I'll do a poll after I've fucking put together the case properly. I mean, it has to be done. It has to be done. I don't mind if I don't mind at all. Okay, if people have different opinions, I support that. It's I mean within reason. Fucking a cop car following Wendy from fucking Trescott to Mosaic is ridiculous. That's too much. I can understand why people aren't ready to jump to the position I'm at, which is Wendy wanted them to go down. And that's all right, If you're not convinced, you're not convinced. But, I'm going to have to fucking put the case together. It's going to be a busy week. Busy week.
Like Charlie Adelson. You're probably not untouchable. Charlie Adelson asks the description on the wire, tell me about this guy, what's the timing, what was he wearing a disguise? How do those questions, the defense is offering that as evidence that he was trying to deduce whether this blackmailer was the same as the prior blackmailer, but he never saw the prior blackmailer. He only saw Catherine Magbanua. So how does asking if the guy that approached his mother was wearing a disguise tend to prove his innocence or tend to prove his extortion theory? The guy that extorted him wasn't wearing a floppy hat and an Abe Lincoln beard. It was Sigfredo Garcia. It was Catherine Magbanua. Sigfredo Garcia, the first extortionist, didn't give him 48 hours to pay. He put him on a payment plan. He paid over years. The defendant, hoping it's the police, and saying, quote, these people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. The defense picks that out and says, oh, there he is talking about the first extortion. Or is he saying, why did they go to my mom instead of me? I'm the one that has a connection to you. I'm the one that, I think what he says is,
What's that frizz mean, Jerry?
I'm the one that has a relationship to you. Why didn't they come to the one that's involved? I mean, I'm not involved. That's what he says. Why didn't they come to the one that was involved in this? That's what he's trying to figure out about why they went to his mom and not him. Can't even read my own writing here. Oh, the PowerPoint with Wendy. Okay, the dots on the cell phone PowerPoints do not indicate where the person was. They indicate the cell tower that was servicing the person's phone at that time. So they're going to be somewhere around there. And the testimony was that Wendy's dot at 12:30 could be consistent. He can't say where she was. Could be consistent with her being at Trescott, and we know she went to Trescott because Officer Brennan observed her there. So I'm not desperately trying to pound a puzzle piece into y'all that Wendy made the call to say it's done. I don't know that. I can't prove that. If that information was conveyed, I don't know how it got conveyed. All right, Lacoste. They really need y'all to discount the testimony of Jeffrey Lacoste, right? Because of that statement that Wendy made to him just before the murder, that, all kidding aside, her brother really had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. And the defense says, you can't believe him, he's a jilted lover. And the evidence definitely showed that he was heartbroken over Wendy Adelson. But unfortunately for the defense, his brain was working just fine. And he testified about Charlie Adelson bragging in the hot tub about connections to a Cuban criminal element. The defense says, oh, they're not Cuban, that's not in evidence. They're of Hispanic descent, and he reported that to law enforcement, that that's what Charlie said. Lacoste doesn't know if they're Cuban or something else. Lacoste said he bragged in the hot tub about how...
There's your poll, Tay. Tell us what you think.
Having connections to a Cuban criminal element, and when Lacoste reported that information, the killers had not been identified, so he had no way of knowing if they were Cuban or of Hispanic descent. That's the importance of that. Lacoste says Wendy reported the celebration dinner, same thing. He comes in and tells the cops, look, she reported a celebration dinner to me or she vomited on the table. An inspector...
This should be the spirit of this channel, jury. Thank you for sharing this. I'll read it out. If we all agreed in life, it would be like the Stepford Wives, boring, but I believe a constructive chat about different views can help people see things, broaden views or horizons. Yeah, couldn't agree more. And yeah, you know, within reason, you know. That guy who came on earlier and said, you guys aren't sympathetic towards the murderers. That's not welcome here.
Section of the records proves there was a dinner and she did vomit. But they want you to believe that Lacoste is just lying about the celebration part? The Halloween text. They've asked you to look at their piece of evidence that talks about when Garcia learned about the existence of Charlie. That doesn't shed any light on what we're saying occurred on Halloween. On Halloween, Charlie, this defendant, approached Catherine Magbanua about, do you know anyone that can rough him up? Okay, we're not alleging that she called Garcia that day and said, hey, can you come kill somebody? That was just the first inquiry into a plan that developed over time between Charles Adelson and Catherine Magbanua. All right, the defense mentioned Erica, and I'm almost done. Erica Johnson and her testimony, that didn't mean anything. Why did they call them? What about that recorded call between the defendant and Erica? Why does he tell her not to talk to the police? What about June Mchinda? Why does he tell her not to talk to the police? They don't know about the first layer of extortion. They can't reveal the first layer of extortion that will reveal the second layer of extortion that will expose him to the Latin kings. Why is he telling?
I believe they have flat irons in prison. I saw a girl talking about that the other day. She was saying that's how they make grilled cheese.
Not to talk to the cops. Defendant's testimony. They say it's reasonable that he didn't go to the police with the truth because he had just seen what these people were capable of. They killed Dan Markel. He was in fear. Okay. Is that consistent with what you know about him? I refer you back to the wires and everything you know about him. But also, why then not come forward with this story when the bad guys were arrested and the danger was eliminated? Why not come forward when Catherine McDaniel was arrested and he believed her to be innocent? For 3 years she awaited trial while this man thought she had nothing to do with it, according to him. Yet he did not come forward with this story. Why not come forward after her conviction? All the bad guys have been arrested and convicted. Danger eliminated. Come tell the truth. He doesn't do it. What about after his own arrest? He doesn't come forward then. We learn it in this courtroom in opening statement. Defense says the defendant freaked out in the car before Dolce Vita. Right? You have to watch Dolce again and see if you think he was freaking out or if he was in control of that situation. He was the one giving orders in that situation.
Okay, guys, there are 25 people in the stream right now that have not clicked like. Could you do us a big favor and just click it? Because it really helps the channel. It really helps the channel. 25 of you, let's go.
I'll go back to the players in this case being smart. I mean, the defendant is smart. And they had over a year to carefully plan this murder with the goal of not getting caught. And he's had 7 years to think about his defense in this case since the case first broke. And he does think he's untouchable. Don't guess. Don't assume. Look at the evidence. It will tell you everything you need to know. But don't let the way the defendant thought he would get away with this be the reason he gets away with it. As long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder.
How good do those tacos look?
Well, fortunately for us, the defendant didn't take his own advice. He did take the witness stand. He did offer statements, and you are able to assess his credibility as part of your determination of this case. Only one of us is putting on a magic show. It's up to y'all to figure out which one it is, right? We just hope and trust that you all have the common sense and the courage to see this case for what it is, to cut through all the stuff that the lawyers say and get to the meat of it and render a verdict that does justice for Dan Markel. And that is a verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right, one more thing before we go. Let's just play. From Donna's hot mic. I had to cut this out of a wiretap call today, jailhouse call rather today, for a reason. But it just shows how frustrated and angry Donna is with Wendy totally abandoning the family after. I mean, you get a real sense of Wendy's prerogative following the conviction of her brother. And you feel Donna's total loss of control. It's only short.
So do you tell her that I could call George?
No, I don't get it.
I don't know how to get in touch with her. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with her. Bonds and she told me my lawyer to call her lawyer if it's about And I wrote back, it's not about the case. I have When I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, oh, because I said, yeah, we know you never ask anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me it's because her lawyer said she shouldn't ask. But we found out it's not true. But we just got off the phone with him.
My attorney said no, and he asked her attorney. Her attorney said,
I never told her that.
but I've never confronted him.
No.
I don't want to.
So I wrote this last night. We know you never ask anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up?
That was not the first thing he asked, right? It was like an hour and a half into a phone call, just before they got off the phone.
I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called us or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie last night, and I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger we don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statements at Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true. We've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother, and that he wants, how are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? She can't. If you have
That would be about the case.
anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back.
Yeah, the pool boys.
Okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie is asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a safe here. I want to give her codes. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. No, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case.
She loves to do that in her correspondence, Donna, doesn't she? Capital letters. The most important point of your divorce is relocation.
Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys.
Apart from the suitcase that I need to borrow for Vietnam.
You told them. So when I got yours before, I said to him, he says, I was over there last night. I said, well, I asked Wendy, but I haven't gotten any word from her, so did she tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now,
She did.
I know Ben was very close. He was writing to Charlie.
Nothing like a good old minimalist answer like that, right? Did she tell the boys? She did. I mean, sounds like a real good match for Wendy. Did you get married to Dan Markel in Boca Raton? We did.
So I said, how are they? Ben was very quiet. He didn't really talk much. He said, Lincoln kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. And he's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. I said, fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal.
10 minutes and then they were back to normal, did he say? Let's say that again.
Kind of faced it and said, so he's never coming home. And he's never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into basketball. I said, fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see them miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how are they. So that's what I said earlier to George, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer. I think just because we were out of it. So, and he's a computer tech person. So I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I can be there, maybe 5:30. Would that be good? I said yes, but if I can get stuff done, then it's no.
I told Rick we have the space in the passport.
We have the photos. We have to get them downloaded. And the other thing I don't understand, that my daughter could help me with, but we've been looking it up over and over, because things change if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition.
In 15 minutes.
Who? Really? Good.
Yeah, plus we really prefer the tourist vibe in Vietnam.
Maybe she knows about. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste our time.
She can tell on you that my parents are Indians in the country. My lawyer told us to do that. Okay, but if you mention it to Wendy, is Wendy going to tell somebody?
Well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. It's a plane crash. No one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she could see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? Everything. How many times do we have plans?
It's Donna and Donna's real estate attorney, estate planning attorney. This is the call that Donna's defense team was trying to get thrown out of evidence because other parts of the court, well, right here, I mean, she's talking about non-extradition countries. You know, the state is using this to say that she was trying to flee, and Donna tried to get it thrown out based on the attorney-client privilege. And it's a jailhouse that she was on the phone with, a jailhouse call with Charlie, and it got cut off, but the recording kept going, and Donna didn't hang up the phone. So the jailhouse had the recording of Donna telling her friend and a state attorney about their plan to flee to Vietnam because of the non-extradition policies. I mean, could you have a worse moment to not hang up the phone?
I really can't. I have to cancel. Wendy needs us for this. Wendy needs us to babysit. So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now the boys are older, they can go out.
We've been really good nannies. We've been really good nannies for the past, oh, what is it now? 9 years. 9-year nannies. The 90 nannies.
Out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma and grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son who's close to being dead. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this? I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to Harvey, I swear to God, our family was cursed. Absolutely cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So, I'm going to try this disease visa. We're going to better be able to sit at a table than that chair. I know, just click it off. I'm stuck. Because some members of our emails up under our faces. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'll show you what we did. A hotel because you need an address to put on the visa.
I'd have to dig that bit out, Jerry. But we gotta go. We gotta go. Busy day tomorrow. It's moving day tomorrow, folks. We get the keys to Metrix 1. Yeah, we get the keys to Metrix 1 tomorrow. And a lot of other stuff. Busy day. It's fucking 5:12. Gotta go. And what else was I gonna do? Something else I was gonna do. Oh, the poll! Yeah. What's on the poll? 7% yes to both. Does Wendy miss Charlie O'Donnell? 7% yes to both. 2% just misses Charlie. 5% just misses Donna. 86% does not miss Charlie or Donna. Interesting. How many votes was that based on? Probably not that many. Did we make up those likes? You no thumb fucks. Yeah, but then the viewers went up as well. Come on. On your way out, click the like button. Do us a favor. We need another 22 to get 100%. Where's the poll results? Yeah, I get it, Jerry. I just don't want to go back and find it right now. But we'll remember it for later. Okay, good night, everybody, and many thanks to the chatters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. It's been wonderful. And yeah, we will most likely see you tomorrow with our brand new Metrix Beast Machine from a brand new Metrix studio. Hopefully. Don't hold me to that. Okay, good night, folks. See you all later. True Crime Metrix out.